It is 7:04 p.m. Today's March 22nd, 2021. Welcome to the District 65 Board of Education meeting. Kim?
Here.
Cartha?
Here.
Halpern?
Here.
Hernandez?
Here.
Lindsay Ryan?
Here.
Mendoza?
Here.
Tanya Vudi?
Here.
Thank you, Adela. Due to the governor's executive order, we are suspending certain Open Meetings Act requirements in order to comply with the state of emergency. The District 65 Board of Education will be conducting virtual board and committee meetings. And Adela, thank you for doing the roll call. I'll hand it over to you, Sula.
Great. I move that the Board of Education approve the tonight's meeting agenda as presented.
Second.
Kim?
Yes.
Cartha?
Yes.
Halpern?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Lindsay Ryan?
Yes.
Mendoza?
Yes.
Tanya Vudi?
Yes. All right, and then we will jump right into the good stuff with Dr. Horton.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm going to be fairly long tonight. There's quite a bit to cover, and we've had some things happen that we need to address, and we want to be sure that we give due diligence and pay proper respect. So I'm going to first start out with, I want to read a statement. I'd like to make a public statement tonight regarding the alarming increase in violent, hateful, and deadly attacks directed at Asian Americans across our country. Last week, 8 people were shot and killed in the Atlanta area, including 6 women of Asian descent, 4 of whom were Korean. We stand in solidarity with the Asian American community over this unspeakable act of violence. Our District 65 community will not be silent as we continue to denounce acts of racism and xenophobia perpetrated against any community. In District 65, we are committed to being anti-racist. We cannot stand by quietly as a witness to the harm that continues to be inflicted upon people of color. When incidents like these occur, there is damage being done right here within our own community, and the impact is felt within our schools. Hateful rhetoric and actions directed at Asian American community has worsened exponentially since the start of the pandemic. According to one study, there has been a 150% increase of hate crimes against Asian Americans in major US cities. Over the 3,292 incidents nationwide reported to the Stop Asian American Hate organization in 2020, and 503 incidents that have occurred so far in 2021. Preying upon people's fears and racializing it is a strategy that we have seen executed at the highest level of power to scapegoat and divide communities of color. This is unacceptable, and it must be confronted every single time. We know that our children hear what is happening to their friends on TV and through social media. This has an impact on their mental health and well-being. We must work individually and collectively to unseat the ideals of white supremacy and to confront issues of hate and bias. We will continue to teach our children and students that silence is never the answer when they experience racism as a victim or bystander. Deep focus on the way we teach, talk, think, lead, and support is required by all of us in order to disrupt the unhealthy culture of privilege, white supremacy, and racism. We encourage all of our students to reach out to a trusted adult in the building if they have concerns over bullying towards themselves or their peers. We have trained professionals in our buildings to support our students. We will continue to advance our equity work and work to sustain a safe, inclusive environment for our students, staff, and families. I would like to take another opportunity this evening to publicly address several concerns raised by our community in response to 2 surveys issued by the district this March. At the core of my leadership sits equity and peace for all. In our efforts to bring community voice into the fold, we missed the mark on a couple of questions we asked. While certainly unintended, we must acknowledge and apologize for the harm that we have caused to valued members of our community. We take these concerns raised seriously and commit ourselves to awareness and repair. With the release of our budget and calendar survey, it was not our intention to be dismissive to the sacred nature of religious holidays or to convey that special education was not a priority in our district. I do want to clearly state that our priorities at all levels of the organization remain unchanged. We are committed to prioritizing services and support for students who need it most. Further, we're consciously working to ensure that marginalized individuals and communities are not further marginalized in relationship with our district. We value our strong relationships with both the Jewish community and with our community who receive and advocate for special education services. As it relates to the calendar survey, our goal is to consider all calendar configuration options as we think about how to do school in the most inclusive and effective way. This school year, we're not looking to make major changes to the calendar for various reasons. Further, we are not looking to eliminate Jewish holy days. Systematically, we have done calendars only 1 to 2 years in advance. However, in order for us to provide a learning experience that will enable us to close the gap and opportunity to achieve, we must start to plan at least 3 years in advance. Currently, we launched a plan to address a large portion of our structural deficit, and we need to be able to protect key equity priorities for us as a board and as the district. We will discuss the calendar further and goals for further development at the April 12th working board meeting. As part of my comments, I also want to stress that we will continue to prioritize the needs of our students with disabilities. In releasing our budget survey, it was not our intention to give the impression that special education is not a priority, or even worse, expendable. In the last Finance Committee meeting, I hope it was evident that we are not recommending reductions to the special education budget, and students' needs will continue to drive our decision-making. The district is absolutely committed to our students with disabilities and fidelity to the IDEA. As an organization, we are committed to seeking community feedback as part of our decision-making at all levels of the organization. This may be through surveys, focus groups, and meetings with our families, staff, and community partners. When issuing surveys and seeking engagement, I've charged our team to ensure there's a greater context, clarity, and awareness going forward. While the questions related to religious holidays and special education services have undeniably caused harm, the surveys overall provide us with valuable and necessary information for our short and long-term planning. Community voice is so important, even when it's critical, to ensuring that we make informed decisions that more authentically reflects the needs of our community. These are important conversations, and we are grateful for the opportunity to have them. And I want to share this piece here. What's on the horizon post-spring break? I've received numerous emails as well as the board about our plans for post-spring break, and I want to bring this to your attention. We will be able to provide additional seats for our in-person learning when we return in spring break. We've reduced spacing in all of our learning spaces from 6 feet to 3 feet. Currently, we are serving roughly 3,600 students of in-person learning. Our models will continue until the end of the school year, but we will be able to add additional students. All educators and staff have been offered to be vaccinated between the city and an event hosted by Walgreens Solutions this past weekend. Additional partnership opportunities are still forthcoming for those who want to be vaccinated but have not done so as of yet. In our agreement with the union, any staff member that received a certified letter from their doctor will have the right to remain working from home until the end of the school year. While I know this is not what many of you want to hear, we have been very graceful with our teachers and our staff and our administrators who have experienced quite a bit of trauma, as we all have. And we want to make sure that we're safe. We're almost there. We're offering optional COVID testing for all staff and currently in discussions to offer COVID testing for students. What's on the horizon for the fall return? The district, we have 2 options for parents to choose for school. Each option will be 5 full days a week. Let me repeat, 5 full days a week. All staff will be required to return to in-person work for school year 21-22. The calendar for next school year will be discussed and voted on in April's board meeting. We have been working underway for our fall return for the last 4 weeks. There's a timeline that we're using to engage and communicate with staff and families. Any student that wants to return in person will be able to return, and they will have a certified teacher in the classroom teaching. I repeat that again. In the fall, any student that wants to return will be able to return for 5 days a week and will have a certified teacher in front of them. There will be options for families to keep children remote if they choose. There will be some compression planning taking place to finalize the virtual design and details. Additional interventions will be in place at all schools. Our summer learning has been significantly expanded. We are also looking into possible outdoor spacing to provide more opportunity for student learning. Our final return to school plans for the fall will be presented and voted on at May's board meeting. Now, with all of the news that was shared here, I think it's important now that we highlight our, last month, we had the joint board meeting, and we have some staff that we want to recognize in the high five. I told you this was a long one for me tonight. Good evening, and after a month hiatus, I'm very pleased to continue to recognize our amazing staff members as part of the high five, celebrating excellence in District 65 staff recognition program. I would like to thank Byline Bank for their continued sponsorship of the program. This allows us to generously recognize our incredible team members while keeping the program at no cost to the district or taxpayers. With their sponsorship, each recipient will receive a $100 gift card and a frame recognition certificate. We still have a couple of months left for nominations, so we encourage our community to continue submitting them via our website at district65.net/high five and through our Fast Five newsletter. Due to last month's joint board meeting, tonight we have the pleasure of welcoming our February and March recipients. Lindsay, Christopher, Angela, and Daniel. Honoring recipient number 1. First up, I want to take this opportunity to recognize February's recipient, Ms. Lindsay Dantino. Ms. Dantino has been a first grade educator at Orrington Elementary School for almost 2 years and was nominated by Ms. Allison Hackney, a District 65 family member. Allison shared in part that Ms. Dantino is the embodiment of who you want teaching every child. She is warm and kind, enthusiastic, and full of positive energy. She treats everyone with respect and a generous supply of gentle patience. She strives to provide differentiated learning experiences for each child to ensure their needs are being met. Thank you, Lindsay, for using your expertise to provide differentiated learning experiences for your students and creating such a fun and engaging learning environment at Orrington. Next up, I have the pleasure of highlighting March's licensed staff member recipient, Ms. Angela Wong. Angela serves as a band teacher at both Chute and Oakton and has been a part of our district for a year. She was also nominated by a D65 family member who had a very heartwarming experience to share on her impact as well. The family member shared that part of the Chute Middle School was able to hold a fall concert from remote locations using special software that she taught the students to use. Not only was my son able to hear himself playing in a band, complete with video of him and his bandmates playing from their respective homes, but we could share the concert with other sheltering in place family members. My father-in-law was able to hear his grandson play in a concert before he died, all because of Ms. Wong's commitment and creativity. Her desire to go above and beyond for her students is appreciated even more during this difficult time when arts and connection are needed more than ever. I know from other parents that she has had a similar impact on other Oakton and Chute families. Thank you, Ms. Wong, for going that extra mile to connect students to music and bringing families closer together, especially in such trying times. 2 wonderful educational support staff have also been nominated as recipients. The first one that I'd like to honor is a February recipient, Mr. Christopher Lang. Christopher serves as a district technology assistant and has been part of the D65 family for a year. Chris was nominated by a D65 colleague, Miss Emily McCaffrey. Along with the entire 8th grade arts team who supported her nomination, Emily and her team shared that Chris takes on the burden of technology issues and patiently spends his time problem solving with students, families, and teachers so that we can focus on learning. His kind and understanding nature have been so appreciated by all who work with him. The role of technology has become even more important than ever. He has made it his mission to make sure technology does not become a barrier to our students. Technology is indeed an integral part of all school communities, so thank you, Chris, for providing your leadership and skill set to our staff and students and showing your readiness to help others who have high priority needs related to technology. And last but certainly not least, I would like to recognize this month's educational support staff recipient, Mr. Daniel Delving. Daniel is a paraprofessional in Lincolnwood and has served our district for a year. He was nominated by D65 staff member Elizabeth Hahn, and similar to Chris, Daniel's nomination was supported by many in the Lincolnwood community. Elizabeth had the following to share about Daniel's relationship with his students. Danny goes above and beyond for our students. As a paraprofessional at Lincolnwood, he is often paired up with students who exhibit some challenging behaviors. Danny always remains calm and collected in escalated situations and help other team members to stay calm. He is in a positive mood no matter what the day throws at him. The students have been lucky enough to work with Danny, have seen greater success with problem solving and using coping strategies when they start to feel upset. All the kids like to work with Mr. Delving. Danny is an asset to our Lincolnwood community. Daniel, we thank you for leaving such a positive impact on the students that you work with and teaching them such valuable skills in coping with their emotions during stressful times and also working hard to develop their capabilities to solve problems. My favorite part of the evening is this one. It's time for virtual high fives on a job well done. Your certificates will be sent to you in your buildings and your gift cards will be sent electronically. On behalf of the school board and our leadership team, I want to thank you all for always putting the needs of our students and families at the forefront. Can I get a round of applause for these incredible individuals? Does anyone have anything that they would like to share?
Just an incredible thank you. Yeah, we are so appreciative of you all and the gift that you are to District 65 and to all of the children and families whose lives you impact. And you're such an inspiration for why we do what we do. So thank you so much.
All right. I would like to thank the 4 recipients, Lindsay, Chris, Angela, and Daniel, for joining us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Horton. We received your superintendent comments. Next on the agenda are our board and superintendent comments. So I think Dr. Horton had his superintendent comments, and I believe we have some board comments this evening as well. I'll start off with I'm sorry, Sula, do you want to get started?
I didn't know if there was a particular order. You can go.
Okay. Yeah, so I have, excuse me, as a Black woman and the wife to an Asian American man and 3 biracial Black and Asian American children, I'm not only heartbroken, but I know personally the impact of harmful racist rhetoric on feelings of physical and emotional safety and lack thereof. It is inhumane to ask the residents of this country to live in fear of such domestic terrorism as we saw in Georgia last week. We all deserve to feel safe. We deserve to have a sense of belonging. We deserve to not be otherized and perceived as an otherized version of American because we are American. Asian Americans are not a monolith. Asian Americans are not an exotic contribution or presence in America. Asian Americans are not model minorities. Asian Americans are Americans. We need to stop Asian hate immediately, but more expansively, we need to stop white supremacist terrorism. We need to stop it in thoughts, in language, in action, in relationships. We need to protect our Asian American neighbors, friends, siblings, loved ones, starting with decolonizing ourselves, our homes, and our lives. All that to say, I think it's also important that we acknowledge with our efforts to decolonize District 65 when we fall short. Last week, just a week after having a discussion about a land acknowledgement resolution, and just days before our vote on said resolution tonight, our Curriculum and Instruction Department inadvertently released a racist, anti-Indigenous assignment. It was a harmful error, and an apology was issued. We rightfully, as a board, expect our administration to continue to hold itself accountable, not just in words, but in efforts of repair as well. And District 65 owes our entire community an apology for that error and the harms that it created. Oppression is an intersecting matrix of power exerted to erase and dehumanize people and to consolidate and hoard power with others. It and the harms and the tragedies that I described here are all rooted in colonialism and white supremacy. So that brings me to my appreciation for our vote and discussion tonight of an adoption of a land acknowledgement. I believe it is a critical gesture that is necessary for us to take in decolonizing our institution in both words and in vision and in future practices. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Anya. And thank you, Dr. Horton, for your words of solidarity and care. And I just want to say a few words tonight as well. Professor Brittany Cooper reminds us, rhetorical violence always precedes physical violence. I would like to read the names of those killed in Atlanta by a white gunman steeped in violent rhetoric, which made him think he had the right to take his rage and fear out on others. Park Sun-jung, age 74. Kim Hyun-jung, age 51. Kim Sun-ja, age 69. Yu Yong-e, age 63. Delana Ashley Yun, age 33. Paul Andre Michel, age 54. Xiao Xie Tan, age 49. Da Yu Feng, age 44. This latest tragedy took place within the larger context of a sharp increase in both rhetorical and physical violence against the AAPI community in this past year, even right here in Evanston. I feel compelled to comment here tonight, not only because I am Asian American, but because there is a growing backlash against the anti-racist education and anti-racist work, both locally and nationally. Now more than ever, we need to teach our children how to identify and push back against the harmful rhetoric about all groups that's constantly swirling around them. The persistent stereotypes, false narratives, and whitewashed history that helps perpetuate this kind of violence. We need our community to recognize that the othering racism that confuses Asian American people for one another as a non-individuated foreign mass is connected to the othering that criminalizes Black people or pathologizes Black families. Anti-immigrant rhetoric, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, stereotypes of indigenous peoples. In all these instances, we have all witnessed how rhetorical violence led to physical violence and murder. It all dehumanizes us. It erases our lived experience and our collective history that is, in fact, American history. It tells us you don't really belong here. If we are silent in the face of one kind of rhetorical violence, we are complicit in the others. Let's not sell our children short. They can handle difficult, complicated truths because they live them every day. And they can understand the very simple concept of fairness. A friend recently shared this meme, and I just want to keep repeating it. Diversity is a fact, equity is a choice, inclusion is an action, belonging is an outcome. As a district and as a board, we are choosing equity so that everyone is included and every child feels they belong in our schools. That should always be our goal because that is the path to intellectual and emotional thriving. Thank you.
Thank you, Sula. Any other board comments this evening? Okay.
Lindsay has a comment.
Anya, sorry.
Sorry. Okay.
That's all right, thanks. I want to echo support for Sula and Dr. Horton and Anya's words. I think that they're incredibly important in this moment, and unfortunately in way too many moments in the way that we all navigate our world. I wanted to call attention to a different issue and take a moment and express our gratitude for our continued collaboration with our 5 unions. We have all worked diligently to build relationships together over the past several years that demonstrated our commitment to our shared values and desire to provide the best educational experience to our students. The pandemic has posed unimaginable challenges to our school system, and navigating these unprecedented ways to deliver a quality education could have led to massive disruption, toxicity, blame, and harm between our organizations. Instead, I'm grateful for our ability to collectively problem solve and find ways forward together. This type of collaboration is unique and special and worth acknowledging the critical work we have endeavored to do together. Our continued cooperation has directly translated to improved relationships throughout our system and into stronger buildings and classrooms. So thank you to all who have invested in our collective success.
Thank you, Biz. I'm going to echo your sentiments. Do we have any other board comments this evening? Try not to miss anyone.
Just want to quickly also support and be in solidarity with the AAPI community here in Evanston and across the country. Again, being a Latino male, again, and having these intersectional traumas we experience as people of color. Again, the work that we do here is work towards eliminating that trauma and dealing with that trauma, and making sure that, as Sula so eloquently mentioned, that we are trying to make sure that children feel and families feel that they belong and that they're included as part of Evanston, as part of the world, and we uplift their contributions to making America what it is, right, and what it can be. So stand in solidarity with all my AAPI brothers and sisters, as well as my Black brothers and sisters in our struggle against white supremacy.
One last comment for me, Anya. So during the month of March, we recognize the contributions of women, women in history specifically. And I just wanted to take a moment to recognize all the women in our community who specifically have taken a more intense burden during this last year in having to homeschool and having to do their works on top of the work that women already do, very well. And so I also wanted to just take a moment to commemorate a year that we've been as a community in this shared trauma of getting through a pandemic. I have to recognize that it's been really difficult for all of us, and there's not one person that's on this meeting or in this community that has not been impacted by the pandemic. And in listening to my colleagues' comments, I also just want to thank my colleagues for, the incredible work that they've done this past year in navigating a very, very difficult challenge. We haven't gotten everything right. We've made mistakes, and no one is an expert at navigating a pandemic. And so I just wanted to take a moment to thank our administrators, our staff, our parents, our families. And in what feels like a heavy time in Evanston, I want to remind the viewers that might see this later that our children are watching us live. They are present in the everyday things that we do. And what we do speaks louder than anything we say. And so just as a reminder, it is election season, so all registered voters, by the next time that we meet, we will have a new set of board members as well as other elected officials. So just want to remind our community to please do not take for granted the great privilege that it is to vote. And again, this year has been very difficult and it's not over yet. We are all in the work of recovery. And so as we all work together to ensure that our children are seeing the very best of us and that our actions mirror the words that we put both on paper and in the work that we do, that we are all in this together. The recovery from a pandemic is going to take several years. And I just want to encourage the Evanston and Skokie community to remain in solidarity with ensuring that we can look back at this time and that our children will be proud of what we did for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And thank you, Sergio. Sunny, you want to round it out? I'm just kidding. Okay, great. Well, thank you everyone for your important comments this evening to get us started. And next on our agenda are comments from the public. Any members of the public wishing to submit a comment to be read at the March 22nd, 2021 board meeting was asked to email their comment to the board secretary, Crashier at district65.net by 5 p.m. this evening. Please note that it is not customary for the board to respond to public comments. The best way to, it's not customary for the board to respond to public comments in the contemporaneous board meeting. The best way to correspond with the members of the board is by emailing us at schoolboard@district65.net. So, Adila.
Great. We have several board comments or public comments for the board tonight. I'll start with a comment from Stephanie M. Stern. She says, thank you for your efforts during this challenging year. I write with 3 questions about the emerging bilingual programs and in particular supports for the TWE program. First, I noted that the recent test scores have not been presented with analysis of school level and grade level performance. Can these analyses be shared? It would be very helpful to know the scores by grade in school as the district plans catch-up services from COVID and supports in general. The scores reported are concerning and warrant further analysis. Second, I'm wondering what steps are being taken to improve the TWE curriculum, particularly the Eureka math materials are not properly translated into Spanish and the videos are dubbed with the Spanish over an English-speaking person. At times, the content the dubbed voice is describing doesn't match the math unit on the screen. These and other issues with Eureka math create obstacles to student progress. Third, what is the nature of the collaboration between the TWE program and the Director of Literacy? Could the district share more information about how the departments work together to address the literacy gaps in the TWE program? Thank you again for your efforts on behalf of the district's learners. Best wishes, Stephanie M. Stern. The next comment is from Stephanie Hughes. Dear Dr. Horton and District 65 Board of Education, I want to start by acknowledging the incredible challenges that the board and all, switched screens too fast. I'd like to acknowledge the incredible challenges that the board and all District 65 staff have faced over the past year in trying to educate our kids safely under constantly shifting conditions. I truly am appreciative of the many, many hours of additional effort and sleepless nights that I am sure have gone into planning and adjusting course over and over. It's also wonderful news that COVID numbers are going down. The teachers have had the opportunity to be vaccinated, and the CDC has indicated that schools can open safely with 3 feet of distance between students. Against this backdrop of promising news, the mental health of many kids is getting worse by the day. We're replacing one public health crisis with another. We are not meeting the needs of kids. Elementary school students are expected to work independently all day, Mondays, and the majority of every other day. This is developmentally inappropriate and unacceptable and is causing real damage that may never be undone. Many middle school students who have to return to the school building are still on Zoom for the most of the day. Being inside a building does not count as being in person if instruction is still happening on a computer and does not meet the desperate need for real human connection and interaction. Kids are at extremely minimal health risk from COVID, and yet they have paid an enormous price over the past year to protect the adults in this community. It's time that we shift our focus and make their well-being our #1 priority. Schools need to fully reopen now. Thank you, Stephanie Hughes, parent of 2 District 65 students. The next comments, similar comments were made by Nina Alako, David Alako, and Katie Ojala. Dear District 65 School Board and Dr. Horton, first off, thank you for your efforts to open our schools and return to in-person learning. The return to in-person learning has made all the difference for my current student at Willard and at Haven. Additionally, I was very pleased to see the opportunity for teachers to get vaccinated this past weekend. Such great progress. Yet we must continue to build on this success in the coming weeks, months, and school year ahead. In particular, the middle school plan has been disappointing. From the beginning, we knew this plan could not accommodate the number of children who requested in-person learning. The grade school plan shifted to accommodate more children, yet the middle school plan did not. Additionally, the students in class now dominate the teacher's attention in class as expected. This model would work if all children had access to in-person learning, but they do not. We requested in-person learning for our 8th grader in Haven in July. He has not stepped foot in Haven in over a year, simply unacceptable. Now the opportunities to return to school include sitting in a classroom, Zooming into class with hired supervisors while the teachers are teaching in another room. This is not the quality education we expect or deserve. We must do better for our students, for our families, and our community. I urge you to reconsider the middle school plan to accommodate all students who request in-person learning and give every child the opportunity to learn in person from our recently vaccinated teachers. Thank you for all you are doing on behalf of our children and families in our community. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to our concerns. Sincerely, Katie Ojala. Nick Alako and David Alako add that with the new guidelines from the state and many schools going in person with more students attending in person, they urge you to reconsider the middle school plan to accommodate all students who request in-person learning and give every child the opportunity to learn in person from our recently vaccinated teachers. Thank you, Nina Alako and David Alako. Okay, our next comment is from Andrew Betez. Dear board members, on April 30th, 2017, I stood before you about the importance of making Candace Chow board president so there would be accountability for her promises made to the community related to the referendum. My pleas did not result in the vote Evanston kids needed, and the vote that would have ensured the referendum was not a wasted opportunity. I am from Evanston and care deeply about this community, its schools, and its children. When I came to learn the referendum funds were a past memory and we are looking at an immediate $2 million shortfall, I was so disappointed. The reality is that helping kids takes resources, and by mismanaging these resources, we have hurt Evanston kids and especially those that need extra support. With test scores in a 3-year decline, getting our spending priorities right is an imperative we cannot kick down the road. I reviewed recent survey results as well as the thought exchange, and one point is clearly held by our community. We need to eliminate spending on administrative jobs so that our resources are as closely aligned to impacting the outcomes of children as possible. I call on this board to represent this community and listen to its teachers and parents by making a commitment to a specific number of administrative jobs that will be retired. The voting public deserves to know where the board's priorities are. Will you pledge at minimum of 50% decrease in administrative positions? Sincerely, Andrew Betez. The next comment is from Evanston Case. Dear 65 Cabinet and School Board, Evanston Case provides community advocacy support and education to Evanston Skokie families that have children with disabilities. A cornerstone of our work is advocating for the rights of these students within the school system and for school-based policies, procedures, and programs. We are deeply appreciative that this evening will be focused on special education and all of our students impacted by disabilities. As you know, Case recently wrote a letter expressing our dismay that the district budget feedback survey asked respondents to rank the importance of special education services to the education and success of all students in the district. This survey question is indicative of a fundamental misunderstanding of the function of special education. Special education is not an extravagance. It is what allows students with disabilities to be educated. Accordingly, the right to a free, appropriate public education, which includes special education and related services, is protected by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. It was grossly insensitive to ask the larger community to weigh in on the value of providing these critical federally mandated services. We appreciate that Dr. Horton responded to our letter by apologizing to families who were hurt by this question and reaffirming the district's commitment to special education and the IDEA. We challenge the administration and this board to heed Dr. Horton's words and to begin prominently include disability in dialogue around equity, diversity, inclusion, and justice. We ask that, where appropriate, the district apply a disability equity lens to its decision-making regarding behavior and discipline in our newly reopened classrooms, addressing not only learning loss that will inevitably affect all students, but a plan of gathering and reporting progress on IEP goals and for asserting the need for compensatory education. A one-size-fits-all half-day 3-week summer program will not suffice to make up for what has been lost there. The revamping of the student assignment process as school attendance areas are redrawn, the district must proactively consider the consequences for the location of special education programs and the impact on students with disabilities. The assurance that the interests of students with disabilities are protected throughout the budgeting process, we hope that it is understood that supporting this marginalized group, which has been disproportionately harmed by the pandemic, may require increased resources. The population of students with disability cannot be an afterthought in these processes. Finally, we want to express our support for Dr. D. Cristofaro's success in diminishing some of the racial inequity within the special education population. We recognize the intersectionality of many forms of oppression. Ableism is compounded by racism and vice versa. Reducing the over-identification of Black and Latinx students for special education, and particularly in the emotional disability category, is critical work, as is assuring that all students, and especially students of color, have greater access to general education. Going forward, however, we hope to see these developments translate into improved student outcomes for all of our students with disabilities. There is much critical work still to do, and this work must focus not on moving students away from special education, but on valuing and strengthening special education for those students who depend upon it. Thank you for listening to our input. Kate Noble, Executive Director, Evanston Case. The next comment we have is from Sarah Crawford. Good evening. I would like to voice my concern and alarm that the District 65 name continues to be used by the Facebook group District 65 Parents and Guardians. To anyone new to the district, this name would indicate an affiliation with the district, rather than finding a central information source or a supportive community of users sharing one commonality, a child in a district school. Instead, the District 65 Parents and Guardians group has devolved into a bitter echo chamber of bullying, naming, and shaming, commonly of people not even in the group, and mockery. Unfortunately, ill behavior online is nothing new, but is this the truth of our district? To someone more familiar with our district staff and administration, they presumed correlation between this online form of terrorism light and the district would seem even more so. As elementary school social workers, district staff, school board members, and spouses of senior administrators regularly lead these charges and encourage others through their passive aggressive likes and other comments with no accountability. Enough is enough. Far less gregarious behavior from groups whose names are associated with other Evanston institutions have resulted in cease and desist letters. I do not expect you to take accountability for the behavior of others, but I do expect you to take responsibility for our district's name and its likeness. I am asking for you to take a stand in public denouncement of this behavior and the District 65 parents and guardians group in particular, and I ask that you take the necessary steps to remove your name from this group that does nothing to raise up our community. With regards, Sarah Crawford. The next comment we have is from Lauren Consiglio. Dr. Horton and District 65 board members, we are very thankful that our son has been able to return to in-person learning as the rabbit hole of mental health issues was becoming unbearable. We knew it would be a very different experience and we prepared him for such. However, it seems extreme that the kids would be asked to Zoom in for the entire day in one room without a teacher and only be allowed to leave for PE. Can they not be safely let outside to have lunch on days when weather permits? He complains that his legs hurt from sitting in one place for so long. At this stage, with teacher vaccinations in full swing and the CDC lowering safe distance in schools to 3 feet, it seems that a less conservative approach could be adopted. Please consider more flexible options that allow more students to return safely and more activity to be granted on school grounds. Thank you, Dan and Lauren Consiglio. The next comment is from Saul Lieberman. Dear District 65 Board and Administration, please consider the following issues towards improving the district's overall trust and relationship with the community. Much needed is a policy that prohibits school district employees and or their spouses or significant others to publicly influence school board elections intended outcomes they are seeking to promote the district's agenda or the district's business on other public social media platforms or personal social media and other channels. These behaviors cross the fine line in terms of conflict of interest between the district's business and individual employees of the district. These lines should not be blurred. Presently, district employees, spouses, partners of top D65 cabinet members, and some colleagues of those individuals are engaging in vile attempts to influence the upcoming school board election and school district business through cruel, hateful, negative, and harmful campaigning by mudslinging, insulting, and distortions. These have included many divisive and offensive behaviors such as public name-calling, race baiting, bullying, intimidation, harassment, slander, mischaracterization, or taking things. These are highly inappropriate actions for public school employees and those associated with them to engage in. The conduct of these individuals raises many unanswered questions as to motives and intentions of the district. It reflects poorly on the district, its employees, the school board, and its members. It causes harm and breaks the much needed and valuable trust between the community and district and further damages many interpersonal relationships within the community. These many divisions and factions do more harm than good, and these actions are not living up to the district's mission statement. Working together as a community, we will inspire creativity and prepare each student to achieve academically, grow personally, and contribute positively to a global society. Thank you for your time and consideration, Saul Lieberman. The next comment we have is from Robert Lockwood. Dr. Horton, my husband and I lived in Evanston over 60 years. I came here when I immigrated from Lithuania during World War II. We have loved Evanston, the community, and have been very proud of the school district for many years. Sadly, we feel the school district is letting down the children of Evanston today. As a lifelong educator, I have been disheartened to see District 65's slow response to the mounting evidence of schools safely reopening. Although in-person learning has returned, it feels too restrictive and too small for what science and other surrounding communities are able to safely promote. Please move to bring more children back to schools as soon as possible. Follow the science and the success of nearby school districts. The longer you keep them out of school, the more harm is being done to their collective mental well-being. Sincerely, Robert and Rima Lockwood. The next comment is from Daniel Brodas. These comments apply to District 65 multilingual overview for the report later this evening. I note several factors that limit the accuracy and validity of the analysis in this report. I note that this report relies on COVID impacted data from school year 21. It is not unexpected that students removed from a full day immersion context would not meet TWE program objectives. Part of the design of TWE is the exchange between English dominant and Spanish dominant students, very little of which has happened in the remote environment. I further note that the report compares TBE students to all TPI students, not just those who are Spanish speakers. A valid comparison can only be made between equivalent populations. I further note that the study does not include any data from outside D65, thus limiting its use for comparing various EB-centered programs. It provides no control for poor implementation by District 65 itself. In academic year 2017-18, when District 65 was urging the expansion of TWE to more sites, Dr. Beardsley shared national and local data that demonstrated a benefit of TWE compared to alternative programs of EBs. I strongly disagree with making any long-term changes based on COVID impacted data and strongly urge the board to consider broader national data when determining which programs will best meet our EB students' needs. I further note that this report, which is available only in English as of March 21st board meeting, largely excludes the Spanish-speaking community, which will be most impacted by any decisions made on the basis of this information. Thank you for your time. Daniel Broadus. The next comment is from Nicole Petsos. Dr. Horton and District 65 Board of Education, over the past year, we have been patient. We trust your leadership and that of the boards. But now CDC guidance and medical advice indicate a safe return to school for the children of Evanston. Other districts nationwide, similar and different to ours, have returned to school full-time, proving a safe return. Teachers have received opportunities for vaccination. As a community, our positivity rate is less than 1%. Our children's math and reading scores have been seriously and negatively affected. Because of this, we are losing patience and confidence in the leadership of our schools for not making a full-time return to school or a clear and definite plan for their full return in the future. We are losing faith in your decision-making. We are losing students to other schools that have provided a safe return full-time. We are losing families that are moving out of our community or have become so disengaged in our community that they will not return. We are losing jobs as they have required us to return in person, which we cannot do with our children at home. And our children are suffering the most, all of our children. From an education standpoint to that of mental health, how long will you let this continue? It is just not feasible to stay a part of this community for so many families if there is no change or no communication that clearly identifies a path in the future for this school year and next. If nothing else is communicated with us and provides us answers that will stop the divide in this community and the daily uncertainty for our families, our community, and our children. All guidance points to a safe return for all students now. Therefore, we deserve clear answers to the below questions. What is holding you back from a full return for elementary students in D65? Specifics, please, as this communication appears to be missing link for so many people. We are a compassionate and understanding community in Evanston, but also intelligent enough to challenge the status quo when all evidence suggests opposite of what you are doing. Communication of specifics would bridge this gap. Will school look different for children in D65 following spring break or for the remainder of the school year? What is the status of negotiations with D65 unions? What is still negotiable? And what is off the table for the remainder of the school year? What are the plans for the 21-22 reopening of D65 schools? You wrote in an email that you are working toward a full return for the 21-22 school year. What does working toward mean, and what will make your statement all students will return full-time for the 2021-22 school year? Families need to start planning now for this. Can the district and board hold an open forum with real-time question and answer opportunities for families, students, teachers, and staff? Will you commit to this? Thank you for your time. I look forward to hearing from you. Best, Nicole Petsos, District 65, parent of a 4th, 2nd, and preschooler. We have a similar comment from Angie Cora. Dear Dr. Horton and District 65 Board of Education, we were so happy with your announcement related to the collaboration with Walgreens that took place this past weekend to get all teachers in District 65 staff vaccinated. This has definitely been a top priority to enable District 65 to reopen more fully. Congratulations. With all teachers and staff vaccinated that wanted to be vaccinated, combined with the CDC announcement adjusting social distancing requirements in schools, And with Evanston's incredibly low positivity rate, it seems as though District 65 is ready to move into a full reopening phase of schools. And if it is not, we would appreciate some clarity from the administration and this board as to why not. Specifically, we have the following questions and respectfully ask the administration and board to answer them. What are the specific plans to bring more kids back for in-person learning after spring break? And when will all students be able to have live instruction with their teachers? What are the specific plans to bring back more staff teachers for in-person learning after spring break? How is school going to be different for Evanston D65 children after spring break? What is the status of negotiations with all D65 unions? What is still negotiable and what is off the table for the remainder of the school year? What are the plans for the 2021-22 reopening of District 65 schools, understanding the need to be nimble in what could be a changing environment? The more specifics you can provide, the better. Families need to start planning depending on what the plan looks like. Can the district and Board of Education hold a real-time forum for families, students, teachers, and staff? Thank you for your time. We look forward to receiving a response to your questions. Best regard, Angie and Russ Cora. The next comment we have is from Kai Sternstein. Dear Dr. Horton and members of the District 65 Board of Education, vaccinating all District 65 staff and teachers has been a top priority to enable District 65 to reopen more fully. Yesterday brought tears to my eyes as I thought of all the D65 teachers and staff getting vaccinated at the clinic you announced last week. It is my understanding that all District 65 staff and teachers were offered a Johnson & Johnson vaccine. That is incredible news. Congratulations. With this vaccination clinic complete, combined with the CDC announcement adjusting social distancing requirements in schools, and with Evanston's incredibly low positivity rate, it seems as though big changes on the horizon for District 65. I have the following questions and respectfully ask the administration and board to answer them. 1, what are the specific plans to bring back more kids, teachers, and staff for in-person learning after spring break? Or maybe put in another way, how is school going to be different for K through 5 and 6 through 8 for Evanston District 65 students after spring break? What is D65 doing to ensure that families that continue to opt into remote learning are not left behind and are in fact receiving the best e-learning can offer? Can you provide us with a status update regarding your negotiations or renegotiations with all District 65 unions as it relates to both this school year or next? And finally, can you commit to conducting a series of reopening forums with the community on the remainder of this school year and the upcoming 2021-22 school year? Families, students, teachers, and staff need live real-time opportunities to ask questions, hear one another, and learn from you. Thank you for your time. I very much look forward to receiving a response to my question. Respectfully, Kai Sternstein, mother of a 7th grader at Nichols Middle School. The next comment we have is from Sarah Nyker. Dear Dr. Horton and District 65 Board of Education, welcome to your first year in Evanston, and what a year it has been. As a 20-year resident of Evanston, we have been very invested in our community, but at this point in time, we are contemplating moving after our high schooler graduates because of how this year went down. Can you explain to us why we are not open full-time? Are vaccinated that want to be vaccinated? Come on already. The CDC announcement adjusting social distancing requirements in schools to 3 feet, come on already. With Evanston's low rate of cases, this seems suspicious that there are other reasons for keeping kids out of school. What gives at this point? How are we not open full-time by now? It's cruel to our children at this point. It feels like you're using our kids as pawns as they sit at home, or many families pay for their children to e-learn someplace else. It is on your conscience, and we have listening. I would appreciate some clarity from the administration and this board as to why on March 23rd, 2021, our kids are not in school full-time. We hold our administration board accountable to answer these questions, just like we do in the business world. The morale here is D65 is more down, more divided, and more depressed than ever. We are very concerned about next year. The parents that can afford to leave will be leaving next year, or they have already left for nearby private schools. In fact, did you know that the private schools here are already overflowing with wait lists as D65 is now changed forever? In addition, teachers and staff and subs will find other places to work if they continue much longer like this. Moreover, we would like to know who chose to return. Will the schools look and feel less like a prison, sitting in a cold room staring at a screen for just a couple of hours each day, and instead be more like a healthy living place where all kids can thrive? How are you communicating with transfer students and lottery-based kids? Do they get the right to return back to the school they were at or want to attend as in past years? Can you have a live town hall with small group outside so we can understand what is going on better and have a better subpar communication? Thank you for your time. We look forward to receiving a timely reply. The next comment is from Meg Curley, President of the District Educators Councils, representing over 750 educators in our district. She identifies as a white female and her pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm here tonight to speak to the proposed budget reductions and the administration's recommendations to restructure the reading interventions. There has been lots of information being presented related to myths and facts, and DEC would like to take the opportunity to share a couple of our perspective on the myths and facts related to the proposed cuts of reading positions. Myth: there are no loss of positions for educators next year. Fact: there is a reduction of 4 positions. The district went from having 22 reading specialists to 18 interventionists. Those 4 positions will not be replaced with additional educators. Myth: there will be 1 reading specialist at each building as promised by the 2017 referendum. Fact: there will no longer be the reading specialist position. There may be people in buildings with a reading specialist endorsement, but they will not be continuing in that position. The new interventionist position, 18 of them will be split between buildings, K through 8. Assignments will be based on need and therefore will not necessarily be 1 per building. The school board did not keep their commitment to the community from the 2017 referendum to have 1 reading specialist at every building. Again, not each building will be assigned a full-time interventionist. These new interventionists will be charged with providing literacy and math interventions and manage the MTSS process at their assigned building, resulting in servicing less students. 2 final points in closing. We are concerned about the educational fidelity in this new intervention model as it's moving away from supporting students directly in the area of literacy towards a model that will monitor and indirectly support multiple student needs. DEC disagrees with the proposed cuts for the 4 positions. We believe that this will decrease the amount of supports that students will receive and do not believe that this is the best interest of our students. Thank you for hearing our perspective. That concludes the public comments for tonight.
Thank you, Adila. Sunny, you have the next motion.
I move that the Board of Education accept the recommendations outlined in the attached group motion and approve the appointments, leaves, and separations, resolution authorizing reduction in force of educational support personnel, resolution authorizing reduction of in force of licensed personnel effective at the close of the 2020-2021 school term, track movement appeal, February 2021 Board of Education and committee meeting minutes, destruction and release, February 2019 closed session meeting minutes and recordings, gift acceptance for Bessie Rhodes and Dewey, January 2021 list of bills, treasurer's report and budget amendment, and FY22 building use fees.
Second. Did we lose Adila for a roll call?
I think we did lose
It
Adila.
disappeared.
You know,
Okay.
she was having some internet difficulties. Her computer was restarting.
She dropped off.
Is there anyone else who can do roll call in absence of Adila?
Melissa, could you take that if possible?
Sure, I'll do my best. I'm sorry, did you start with it yet, Anya?
Yeah, we did the motion and the second for the consent agenda, and we just need to do roll call for the vote.
Okay, I'm sorry if I don't do
I'm
this.
putting it in the chat, the order that it's supposed to go in, if you want to just go from there.
Excellent, thanks so much, Biz. Kim,
You're
Yes.
muted, Priscilla.
Cartha,
Yes.
Halpern,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Lindsay Ryan,
Yes.
Mendoza,
Yes.
Tanya Vudi.
Yes. So the motion passes. And next we have a update. I think,
Dylan's back.
I'm sorry. Oh, Dylan's back. Yay. Okay.
I thought you all crashed on me.
We were here waiting patiently. We didn't do anything crazy to the Zoom. Welcome back. Melissa took a roll call for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so, Joey, could you make the next motion? I think we'll have a brief presentation between your motion and our vote.
Yes. 2021 Summer Student Learning Proposal. I move that the Board of Education approve the 2021 Summer Student Learning Proposal as presented.
Second.
And Dr. Horton, is someone on your team sharing with us some? Okay.
Yeah, Stacy, are you ready?
Sure. So essentially this evening, we bring forward the memo that we shared in our last meeting. We're bringing forward our summer learning plan for the summer of 2021. And what you see presented in the memo offers an array of learning. We have internal programs that serve essentially ESY programming. We have our newcomers program for emergent bilinguals. We have ongoing partner programming with some longstanding partners, including the YMCA. We have expanded programming with Sylvan, who we began partnering with last year. And we actually have some new internal programming this year through Expeditionary Learning and some additional services through Huntington. We're very excited about the opportunities we're bringing forward this year. It's essentially, we're moving from offering just over 500 seats last year and the year before, actually last year and fewer the year before, to 1,500 seats. We have an opportunity to service students that are currently in kindergarten through 7th grade. And in the process, we issued an RFP, solicited input from our community partners, as well as leadership within the district. And we moved through a review process aligned to the miracles that included voices from our early childhood community, emergent bilingual community, special education, curriculum and instruction, and building leadership in order to arrive at the recommendation that's in the memo this evening. Pending approval, we will move into sharing these options through our school leadership and summer learning coordinators so that we can begin to post positions and recruit students as soon as our return from spring break. And so the majority of these programs are being offered on site with options for remote learning in several situations. And we are providing learning in English and in Spanish across a variety of programs. And at this point, I think I'm open to taking any questions as needed.
Stacy, we had, as we have done in practice for a couple of years, we email with inquiries, but also share them in public. And so there was a question about the investment in private relationship with companies like Sylvan and Huntington. And I think the curiosity is, how is it absolutely necessary that we work with private partners in that regard? Or are there existing relationships that we have with our educators or expertise that we have in-house, or with other community partnerships that could provide that same service? Is it necessary that we invest those dollars externally?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question. We really spent a good amount of time really trying to think through those options. As I said, we solicited programs and requests from inside the district as well as externally. And when we pulled together to review the recommendations and then decide on which programs to move forward, the group had an extensive conversation on this particular matter. And a couple things really came up for the group. One, when we moved to essentially a 300% increase in the offerings, in the number of kind of seats and supports offered to students, That is a significant increase in both the managerial oversight, the planning, and the expansion of new programmings. Expeditionary learning and then the summer reading intensive are new internal programs that we are sponsoring. We also have a partnership with through NIU and Foundation 65 for tutoring. So those are new initiatives that we are taking on, as well as a student supports program for students with IEPs that is session 2. But the group at that point really strongly suggested that beyond those expansions, that we move to leaning on some of our external partners to meet the needs of students. And we did that for a couple reasons. One, we really want to be focused on one, strong summer programs that are going to meet the needs of our students, but two, an extremely strong start to our next school year. And this work does sit on the shoulders of the same individuals in that coordination and execution. And we want to make sure that anything we commit to do, we take on with being able to commit to delivering a high level program for students. And the idea of taking on 3 new programs and outsourcing to some of our partners to do that additional work seemed like the right new balance. Additionally, those partners are absolutely, they've committed to sharing those postings just in the same way that the YMCA does with us, and giving priority to hiring additional D65 staff into those positions as they need to add new positions with our agreements or contracts. And so we saw it as an opportunity to create opportunities for our educators while not overcommitting and ensuring that we are delivering high quality programs without overpromising what we can support with limited staff over the summer.
Thank you.
And also, Stacy, can you chime in and share out of internally how many applications we had and how many were accepted internally?
Yep. So we had a total of 17 applications. And so you can see in the memo, the ones that we brought forward. We did pull back when we looked through and reviewed. We actually had partners who actually pulled back some of their applications when they saw what was present, for instance, in the Y program. And so we did, in a situation, have 3 internal programs that pulled back and said, you know what, in light of the quality that can be provided for that student group that I was worried about, I'd rather work through our partners to provide this, knowing that it's our D65 educators in the Y situation that are delivering that service.
Thank you. Can you all talk to us a little bit more about the how we're measuring impact and success of this summer learning investment?
Definitely. Thank you. So through our RFP proposal, every single partner was asked to define a very clear student-centered SMART goal and to explicitly define the measurement tool that they would use as a pre and a post within their program. And so we did not require one specific tool, because in some cases programs are focused only on literacy. In some cases they're blending both math and literacy. In other cases, like our expeditionary learning, there's some disciplinary literacy, but also more of the measurements are collaboration, social emotional learning skills, and some applied math. So people defined the measurement tool and the specific SMART goal, and each partner is going to be required to, and they know through our agreement, to submit their end of session outcome goals. And those are going to be reviewed and is used as part of our process for future invitations on the RFP and future fundings and as we look forward into further years. And so it was a very clear part of the process this year.
And also, I would like to add something that we're doing with our Hybrid Plus students for the community partners. We will still be looking at the map data of those students who receive that additional time and additional support, and we will be doing something very similar for our students from the spring map that's coming up, and then how they'll perform in the fall. That'll give us just a common assessment that we can look at to some degree.
Thank you. I'm also curious about one of the programs is meant specifically to serve students with IEPs. It appears to be a rather general program, but understanding that many of our children and families who are learning with IEPs have experienced a very difficult year of adaptations and modifications that may not have met their specific needs as they needed them to be met. It seems like it would be useful to not have such general seats or such a general option available to them, but to really have an option that is customized to each child and family's IEPs. Has that been, how is that a part of what's being proposed for these seats?
I can speak to that. And I think you're talking about the second summer learning session, which is specifically for students who demonstrated regression during the remote period. So they would be eligible. And similar to our ESY summer program, there will be differentiated options. So currently our ESY program has a program for PARC. It has a program for our RISE and our STEP students. And then it has our general ESY elementary and middle school. So the second summer session will also be differentiated with those various levels of supports. And then each special educator or team who recommends a student for that second summer learning session plus, they will be recommending a focus on specific individualized IEP goals. So the teacher in that classroom would be targeting those specific learning needs of the students.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I just had one other comment that I think is important, but not absolutely essential. I just heard of using the acronym SMART-T goals, which is adding equity and inclusion. And I feel like that would be valuable to also be hearing from folks in their RFPs about equity and inclusion and how they will be practicing that.
I appreciate the idea. Thank you.
Yes, Sunny.
I just had a question about the, there's a slide in there for $100,000 to be allocated to the summer, I think it's a summer learning fund. But there was all TBD on the details. So I'm wondering if you have any details on what the intention is for that and who would be directing the allocation of those funds.
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Suni. So that particular fund is really directed for school leaders. And part of the consideration here is that we issued this RFP in mid-January. The date was mid-February, which was also in the process of redesigning for hybrid learning and getting kids on site. We wanted to make sure that there were some funds available for our school leaders as they moved later into the school year to be responsive to their particular school community's needs beyond what is outlined here, which is a strong focus on academics. This fund allows leaders to apply in a modified process. We are taking our existing RFP, modifying it, making it very school specific as far as individual school needs. And we're allowing ideas to bubble up through school leaders and educators to be responsive to those specific school needs. And an example that has come up from one of our, two examples that have come up from our schools. One is that there's particular buildings who has an interest in zeroing in on a particular academic skills area. They're noticing we had a group of kids that we had a lack of engagement on. We have, we've strengthened those relationships. We'd like to be able to extend some of that learning experience into the summer. We have another building who's considering a group of students in that KN1, and how do we better reintegrate those kids back into our school community who haven't had a strong on-site learning experience. So that might be more, that may bubble up more as like social offerings and opportunities to get kids into school and some engagement offerings. So we're letting leaders consider what are those needs that we get close, I can identify close to the end of school that will set us up for a strong start and a strong fall. And how can we design smaller learning experiences, smaller engagement experiences that are going to meet those particular needs. School leaders will listen to their, will take those ideas, submit them through an RFP process that will be reviewed by Mr. Little, Dr. Kelgati, and myself. Those recommendations will go to Dr. Horton for approval and will be within the budgeted allotment of that summer fund.
And I will be sure that that comes to the board once we know exactly what that is. And also something else we're toying around with, and Stacey, you may have said this, as the transition from 5th to 6th grade as well. Potential planning for that.
Yep. I did not say that, so thank you for adding it.
Okay, thank you.
Stacey, if you could talk a little bit about the selection process for the students. I know that there's an increase in just how will you be selecting the students that get to benefit? I know that's a pretty larger number than we're used to seeing, but I can imagine that the need might, I'm wondering if that's enough.
Yes. So the way that we are going about selecting students and allocating needs, so selecting students does vary based upon the individual criteria of a program. But what we have done as a district to think about the seats and school allotment, every school has the opportunity to access seats within programs that are appropriate for their ages. And so we've taken the programs and the number of seats, and we've built essentially kind of an index across all of our schools that considers free and reduced lunch, Title I, so there's intersection there, but free and reduced lunch, two-way immersion, second populations around EBs, and essentially we've weighted the schools in order to assign seats. So our schools that have greater need as indicated by free and reduced lunch or by some of our assessment data or by program data are allocated a greater number of seats. And that's in order, we're really trying to make sure that schools are able to match students to those seats. And what we look at in programs, I can give a couple examples, like within our Y program, we really look for students that are not yet at grade level, as indicated in a first pass by our MAP assessments, but then through our educators taking a look at what they see within their regular class work and assessments. And as you know, we're just wrapping up grades in this trimester. And so educators will use that MAP data as a first pass, but then have that opportunity to work with their school leaders to identify the students for the seats in the programs that are most appropriate. Some of our programs are focused on math and lit. Some of them are just focused on lit. So our schools will weigh that. But the takeaway are one, that we are trying to weight the seats to schools based upon need, while also creating access to programs across all schools. And leaders will see essentially the seats allocations and the criteria for students in each program within this week, so that they can begin the work of identifying students and inviting students into those programs.
Thank you. Thank you. So some of them are actually programs and some of them are tutoring services. And so I could see families needing their child to be in a program. And so the programs will probably be highly coveted by families that do also need their child to be somewhere. So I think just consideration for that. And then I'm also curious how we're working with the service providers to ensure that they're working in alignment with our standards and what we need the students. If you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. There are a couple things there. I think one thing that I want to lift up is we're excited that this year we have created a partnership with our own school-age childcare. And so we are specifically looking with newcomers has been a half-day program. Some of our ESY has been half-day programming. So, we're excited about the fact that we're going to be able to pair some of those seats or opportunities for certain families into a full day experience. Additionally, part of the reason why we have the blend of services we have is that there are some families that either will not yet be ready to access our on-site learning, or because of childcare or taking care of siblings may not be able to access daytime learning. And so we think the tutoring options actually create some really nice flexibility. It may be that there's a student that cannot access our daytime learning, but can access some of the tutoring services that are more flexibly scheduled. And so we do see that as a strength. In regards to our external partners, primarily who we're talking about right now are Huntington Sylvan and the YMCA. YMCA, we have a long-standing relationship with. Essentially, in the process of the application and their proposal, we dug in and really even just began the conversations about, hey, is there a way that we can address math needs? And they're always extremely responsive. And we have a strong working relationship going forward. And so that's a parallel partnership where we move back and forth. We, work out ideas around training, around curriculum, and we will continue to do that. And the existence of the SMART goals and the ongoing reporting of data, the Y always gives us a report at the end of each summer session that shows us how students stood using the measure that they've used historically, which was STAR. I would need to go back in. I can't recall if they're staying with STAR or moving else. We discussed a couple options, but they're very much open to that ongoing dialogue and to the evidence of their effectiveness because they want to show up and provide the best possible programming for our kids. Similarly, Sylvan gave us an exit report last year that allowed us to see the rate at which students grew, what percentage of students grew in which areas. And we'll be looking for that same information both from Sylvan and Huntington connected to the SMART goals that they've provided in their proposals. So, and they both of those services have diagnostic assessments at the beginning in order to ensure that the areas of focus of the learning is specific to the student's need. And Sylvan is a 1 to 8 that they group based upon needs and age, where Huntington is a 1 to 1. And so we really have a range of services, but have a very specific kind of way to assess and place students within the programs.
Thank you. I know that this is in response, obviously, to our first year through the pandemic, but I would just, like to push us. I think that summer programming is going to be part of our recovery going forward, and we're going to have required the use of those months to recuperate the losses of this last year. And just so, for future summers, it would be great to have our own summer programming be more robust and, finding creative solutions to also, maybe hire some of the individuals that have already been helping us in the classroom, that they could come back. But I think that summer programming is going to be so critical for the next 3-4 years. And for now, this is what we have to offer for this summer, given, just the timing and, again, the unprecedented nature of this pandemic. But I think, for the next 3-4 years, I think we should really start thinking just more strategically around how to best use these months, and also, just to create a more robust summer programming and to be able to offer it possibly to more of our students.
I think one thing, Rebecca, you made me think of just, and I don't think I did not articulate this earlier. Another leg of our decision and part of our process was that, we, in some of the outreach to District 65 educators, District 65 educators have worked exceptionally hard over the last year. And part of the idea of having some contractors and some flexibility is we want our educators to be able to unplug and do self-care if that is their choice and desire this summer. And we do know that people are deeply committed to our kids and to our programs. And in some cases, if they felt like, oh Lordy, they can't find anybody to staff our own programs, maybe I'll work. Like, we want to make sure that if people want to work, they have the opportunity to work. But if they want to unplug and take care of themselves and do what they need to do to come back strong in August, that they have that opportunity to do that. And so that is also was part of our calculus and our decision that I didn't include in the earlier part of the explanation, but you made me realize that that was a piece that I also did not speak to. And it's something that we held pretty deeply and seriously in our considerations as well. And I think to your comment, as we move forward, we may have more opportunities in future years to do that, but we have to pay attention to what we have the capacity to do right now and do well.
Thank you, Stacy.
Yeah, Joey.
My question's more logistics around a post COVID school year and going into the summer. I see we're going to use Park and Rice and JEH, and some of the sites are still TBD. For as many as the programs as possible that can use our sites, are they going to go through the same self-certification for students before they come in? Will they get a chance to, as we re-envision what the reopening plan for the fall will look like, will those folks in the summer get a chance to practice those habits so that we can see them play out with the smaller numbers and give us a chance, especially with some of our students with special needs that are coming to summer programming, get an enhanced chance to practice those things in the summer as well?
Absolutely, Joey. And I think, we, in the process of our proposal and the process of our planning, we absolutely plan to keep any necessary and recommended COVID protocols in place. My assumption is that our conversations, looks at CDC guidance, access to medical advisory, all of that will continue. And if there are opportunities for us to prepare our students in this population for the way in which school will look in the fall, we'll certainly look for those opportunities.
Thank you. And it's awesome that, was it 1,500 students?
Yeah,
And
1,500 seats for learning.
that's a lot of summer seats. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions or comments regarding summer learning? Okay, Stacy, thank you. We typically get a report, right, later in the subsequent year on the impact of summer learning. So
That is correct. Yes, we bring forward a report in the fall prior to us bringing forward a new recommendation. So we will bring that forward in the fall.
okay, and I think in that report we definitely want to hear about learning growth and who we've been able to impact and how students showed up and what their needs were. But I would also I imagine that we will also hear about how that 100,000 ends up getting delineated in terms of the programmatic decisions of school leaders.
Absolutely. And as Dr. Horton said, as we make those decisions, we can bring an update.
Thank you. All right. Let's do our vote on this summer learning proposal. Adila?
Kim,
Yes.
Partha,
Yes.
Hilpern,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Lindsay Ryan,
Yes.
Mendoza,
Yes.
Tanya Vudi.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And Sergio, can you read the next motion? And we'll hear from Katrina.
Yes, this is the annual Head Start grant application continuation for fiscal year 21-22 and related attachments. I move that the Board of Education approve the fiscal year 21-22 Head Start continuation application and related attachments.
Second. And Katrina, thank you for waiting patiently for us to get through the earlier portions of our meeting. Do you have a presentation for us associated with the attachment to the agenda?
So it's our annual continuation application. There are no changes for the upcoming school year. So we're requesting the grant to be approved with the same number of students for both early Head Start and Head Start, as well as continuing with our current delegate agency, which is Infant Welfare Society of Evanston. And we addressed some minor changes that we made for COVID-19 as it relates to our full day programming. We had one additional full day classroom this year because we did not have enough time to clean in between the half day classroom for our Head Start program. But we are not requesting a permanent change of scope. I only indicated if we were still opening with COVID-19, we may still need to take advantage of that flexibility. But we would know more once we decided what the plans were for opening. But outside of that, no changes for the upcoming school year are being requested.
Great. And I'll just add that the Head Start grant is unlike many other grants in that the board is directly responsible for being aware and making approvals of the direction of this particular funding stream as a function of a federal compliance, right?
Yes.
Okay. So colleagues, do you all have any questions or concerns about the Head Start continuation application. Yeah, Joey.
Sorry. A couple of quick questions. Well, thank you for putting all 203 pages together.
You're welcome.
There's about $48,000 itemized for substitutes. Do you anticipate that number needing to go up or down heading into a year post-pandemic? Or is it just something that like needs to stay where it's at and you'll kind of take the changes as they come?
It's typically what we place in there, and we take the changes as it comes.
Okay. There's about $25,000 for a mental health consultant that it's noted in there several times. Who's the mental health consultant? Is that someone who's on staff, or is it an outside consultant that comes in and kind of helps equip staff with working with the student body?
It's an outside consultant. Her name is Erica Anderson. The performance standards require that we have a mental health consultant that helps support classroom teachers and providing strategies for students that may have mental health needs. And in this particular case, she works with our early Head Start program, and she also works with our Head Start program. Because we're able to find the same consultant, it's been beneficial to families because there's continuity of care. They're familiar with her as they transition between early Head Start and Head Start.
Thank you. And thank you for defining the compliance need for that as well. And last one, it's nitpicky because it's only $1,500 of the close to, I think, a $3 million grant. $1,500 for out-of-state travel. Do we regularly send people out of state for travel for early childhood conferences and things like that?
So sometimes, not lately, but there are Illinois Head Start Association conferences that are sometimes located out of state. They have the National Head Start Association conferences. So they want to make that available for staff who would like to or may need to participate.
Thank you. And I just want to say for the record, since we're looking at this across all specters, as it relates to early childhood educators, you have a very different professional development opportunity schedule than educators at different levels. And so there's really a small amount of money that's set aside so that you can send a representative to your state or national conference. And I wanted to note that I saw it, but I appreciate that it's reserved in there for somebody to go and bring back the best that's out there back to our programs.
Yes.
And I think some of that is for parents as well, right? Part of the parent advisory group, Katrina?
Yes, parents may participate in conferences if they would like to.
Yeah. So the only thing that I wanted to add, and I mentioned this to Katrina already and to Dr. Horton, is just the opportunity in having a stronger presence in our fifth ward through our delegate, and working with our families, as well as continuing to uplift the parent portion of Head Start, and really maybe including that in the next report that we get for next year. I know that there's a lot of good work that's done with through the family support specialist and empowering our parents, and I think really just building stronger relationships with our fifth ward families, and being a presence there through our delegate, as well as collaborating whenever possible through trainings and things of that nature. But otherwise, thank you so much, Katrina, for all you do and for that gargantuan grant that you manage. It's definitely, if anybody has ever been down there and taken a look at those binders,
yes,
it's a lot of work. So thank you, Katrina.
It is. And I do just want to speak to, in terms of our delegate agency, we do have monthly training and technical assistance meetings that we have, and they're included in those monthly. And they also have some funding where they can do some individualized trainings also. So we are doing some of those things that you just mentioned.
Yeah, I was just talking more just in terms of the families that we work with. Eventually, those families will matriculate over to our district and to our building. So whenever possible, just, reminding the community that they are a delegate and that they, that they are part of us as we work, we work with that community specifically. I think I think it would improve not only the outcomes for our children, but also for our parents that we work with at that center.
Thank you, Joy and Rebecca. Any other comments or questions about the Head Start continuation application? Okay, thank you. Adela, can we do roll call?
Yes. Kim,
Yes.
Cartha,
Yes.
Halpern,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Lindsay Ryan,
Yes.
Mendoza,
Yes.
Tanya Vudi.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next on our agenda this evening is the Native Lands and the Contributions of Enslaved Peoples Resolution. I move that the Board of Education adopt the Native Land and Contributions of Enslaved Peoples Resolution with amendments to the exhibit.
Second.
And so I'd like to give us the brief opportunity to discuss the resolution. I did adapt the exhibit to be shorter than the exhibit that was attached to our March 8th agenda. So that language is more abbreviated. We also I had a conversation with Rebecca about the complexity of the language in the exhibit and considering adapting that language to be more accessible. And so that is the reason why the motion says with amendments to the exhibit. Were there any other questions or comments about the resolution? Yeah, Joey.
Just wanted to note, both with the resolution and then the message that went out about the third grade assignment. I think it's important as we move forward that we do multiple things here. And as a board, stating, where we stand as an organization and the governance part is really important. This resolution is a really important part of that. I think it's also important that we understand the growing pains of what it takes as an organization to go from policy into the classroom and action. There's going to be mistakes. And unfortunately, this week, one of the mistakes had a degree of harm to it. And, it, again, as a white man, to say that we're going to have those mistakes and we're going to have to get through them, I don't mean to make that comment without acknowledging the privilege that it comes with for me. But I think it's important for our educators to know that some of this is about taking risks, and sometimes that risk is about going into that place of discomfort, which we've trained people to expect. And those are different actions. As a governing body, the resolution is really important for me because it's about acknowledgement and respect, and making sure that we have a record of recovery, of our road to recovery in a lot of ways. And that is inherently different than the work that the leadership team that we see on the screen here has to do in helping our educators get to a place of comfort and in educating our youth. And they're all really important. And, I don't, just because we make an error somewhere doesn't mean we have to stop in our tracks, right? We still have to go forward. We still have to do the work, and we still have to, we have to get to the place that we're hoping to go, which is a more equitable, more just community for our children and for everybody that lives here.
Thank you, Joey. Yeah, I can second that. I think I would say that we have, over the past 4 years, taken a brave and bold path towards reducing the harm that is possible to be inflicted by the institution of schooling, and that setting a brave and bold vision does not ensure perfection or prevention of error, but it absolutely should ensure accountability and for making room for and having appreciation and affirmation of everyone's humanity. And hopefully we are orienting the vision of this organization to be inclusive and empathetic and caring towards everyone's humanity, and giving us opportunities to be held accountable for these high standards. And I think that's absolutely, hopefully we're giving space not only among ourselves, but in our community to hold this institution and one another to high standards for inclusivity and care. All that being said, another amendment that Rebecca had mentioned is acknowledgement of the intersecting oppressions that we have within our community and within our historical context, and including mention and acknowledgement of intersecting oppressions. And I think, Rebecca, you were going to work on some language for that, and that will be a part of the amended exhibit.
Yeah, I am, I'm going to do my best. And I think just, one of the things that I personally feel, when we're reading this is, somebody or, members of our community being felt like they're left out somehow as we read this. So I would really like to recognize other groups within our community that have been oppressed, and also, I talked to Anya about the immediate. I know that when we read about this history and what's currently written, like I could think of several things more immediate that have harmed this community, specifically incidences that happened in the Fifth Ward, and just for lack of a better word, the destruction of the Black community in that ward. So that was, when I think of the work that I do here, I think about immediate, I think about the immediate harms that we as a board are trying to remediate. And while there is a mention of, long ago historical harms, the rewarding that I'm suggesting is that there's, people that were not educated in this country, and so they might not know some of that historical history. And so one of the things that I would love for us in the proposed rewarding is to simplify it, so that when it translates over into Spanish, people don't feel intimidated reading it or have questions about the, you know, the sentiment that we're trying to acknowledge, and to really honor the land and the things that have happened on this land, and hopefully that people will see themselves as part of this land and responsible for whatever continues to happen on this land of Evanston and Skokie. So I will do my best to get that to you this week. And you know, through some of the work that we've been doing with the COVID response team in the city of Evanston, is just acknowledging that in our community, our adults have different and varying literacy and educational levels. You know, so in the work that we do, just taking into account all of our residents, and that they understand the work that we're doing, and that we're not isolating them because of, you know, words that they might not understand, or that might not translate over well. So I'm a pretty simple person, so just trying to make it a little bit, you know, simpler. And I would also like to, you know, suggest that maybe we read it at the start of every trimester versus at the start of every board meeting. And that's just my suggestion, as we begin every trimester with starting again, and, you know, refocusing on the work that we have to do in the classroom with our students.
Thank you. I don't think that the resolution currently reads, the language currently reads as reading it at the beginning of every trimester. If that's preferred, we could amend the language of the resolution, as well as with the exhibit, amendments to the exhibit. I personally think that it's important that we hold our governance body accountable to the history that we are doing our work within, and the land that we're doing our work upon. And I feel like a land acknowledgement at the beginning of our meetings is a reminder of how we need to decolonize our perspectives as we approach what may feel like routine business. And it's a point of accountability for our governance body, you know, today, but also going forward. And I think that it's an important institutional commitment to honoring the harm that can occur when a decolonized perspective is not prioritized and adopted. So that's part of the reason why I had initially written into the resolution that we would read the acknowledgement at the beginning of our meetings. But if it's the preference of our governance body to move it to the trimester, I think we would just need to read the motion again and make an amendment to the resolution. Are there other thoughts on the frequency of reading the resolution or reading the acknowledgement? Okay. I think the other option is, if at any point we wanted to amend our usage of the land acknowledgement, if it wasn't having the impact, if it's not having the impact that we hope, we can always make that amendment to the practice. And so I would like to maybe invite us to use it and then amend it later if it's necessary in terms of the frequency of its use. The last point I wanted to make is that we had talked last time about the land acknowledgement being something that has meaning and purpose and lives with us as a governance body for the consumption of adults, and how it also be meaningful to children. So one of the things I did make an attempt at was to write some affirming language. So rather than starting off with talking about trauma with young children, we start off talking about the affirming contributions and the affirming presence of marginalized populations. And I took an attempt at drafting some language and shared it with Dr. Horton so that it could be shared with the curriculum instruction team in whatever ways are most meaningful, and perhaps that language can be adapted so that it's developmentally appropriate and accessible and able to be used in our classrooms and has some parity to what our resolution has. That I think that information or that resource could be used in classrooms. It could be used in morning messages. It could be used at ceremonies for schools, etc. And so I'm eager to learn how that ultimately matriculates from, board conversation that has meaning and a purpose of accountability for adults to an experience of centering marginalized voices, affirming and appreciating marginalized voices in our school buildings and in our classrooms.
I moved it over to Stacy and the team. They'll be reviewing and running it through the committees to get into some deeper discussions about it. And so we will come back to you all shortly after it's been reviewed by the team.
Thank you. Yes.
I really like the idea of having something that maybe students can read, right? So it's not just the teacher reading it out loud, but I like the morning announcement possibility of having students take turns reading it, or even in classrooms. So I think it can be very powerful to have their voices.
Yeah, and I'll just mention that I really appreciated that that recommendation. Rebecca, I appreciated you mentioning how do we make this useful for children, and I also appreciate Dr. Bain mentioning affirming language, and specifically for my children when I taught them about their heritage as Black and Asian American children. We talked about the empowering and beautiful and loving origins of their heritage. We didn't start with talking about oppression. And I think that's an important and valuable message. Children of color do learn about their identity in very early stages of life. But we don't have to learn about our identity through the lens, a colonial lens. We can learn about our identity rooted in the origins of our humanity. And so hopefully we will be able to translate that for all of our students, and they can embed that in their understanding of themselves and each other. So Adila, can you do the roll call for the land acknowledgement?
Yes. Kim?
Yes.
Cartha?
Yes.
Hilpern?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Lindsay Ryan?
Yes.
Mendoza?
Yes.
Tanya Vudi?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Adila. And next we have our budget deficit reduction recommendations. And Biz, you have the motion.
I do. I move that the Board of Education approve the FY 2020 budget deficit reduction recommendations as presented.
Second. And we had a lengthy presentation about the budget reduction or the budget deficit reduction recommendations at the Finance Committee meeting. However, Dr. Horton and Raphael, did y'all have anything additional to present this evening?
Nothing to present, but we did want to just mention that we looked at, there were some questions and at the last session that regarding the using the RIA. So our team met with their respective constituents in their areas and went through the equity review. And they came out pretty strong. I know there was a couple of, there were a couple of things that were done regarding the largest one on this, and I think that is the one regarding a reading interventionist. And there were some sessions that Dr. Beardsley held with a few of the interventions. I don't know if you want to chime in, Dr. Beardsley, and share some of your discussion. Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. So so our process has included the 2 compressions, which has gathered voice from a variety of stakeholders within our design, as well as the SWOT from our reading interventionists. The RIA really needs to be applied to the work as we continue to move forward. And so the engagement that we did to ensure that we continue to bring multiple voices to the table as we move the aspects of this work forward was we reached out to a subset of reading interventionists as we were finalizing this job description and really framing the roles within the intervention redesign, or excuse me, the interventionist job description and framing it within the interventionist design. And so that group was incredibly responsive, brought in their voice and their perspective to the job description. We also engaged with DEC executive, and the final job posting that is ideally will be posted this week includes really their lens and their insight. These are individuals that were also involved in the compression. And so we want to be able to continue moving this group forward in our work. And at various points when we have moved forward the ideas and the work from the compression, we will then apply the RIA to ensure that that design is continuing to follow essentially an equity-informed design and an inclusive design with a lens on impact of students, schools, and community.
If there are any questions, I would also like for the team to chime in about the about changing the start time to 8 a.m. All right, Mr. Little.
Can you repeat that, man? I'm barely can hear over here.
Can you talk to us about the start time change for middle school?
Yeah. So what we want to do is our 3 bigs right now start roughly around 8:20, 8:25, 8:30. We want to move them to the 8 o'clock tier. By moving them to the 8 o'clock tier, what that does is eliminate some of our bus routes and some of our bus needs, just consolidate some buses. It helps us out with our spending and our budget reduction because of the fact that we're spending less on buses. It doesn't really affect too much, like you say, the time during the day or our teacher contracts, because it's still the same time frame. And it's something that we did in the past before. From my understanding that we had middle schools starting at 8 o'clock before, so we're just going back to that. But instructionally wise, we'll still be doing the same thing throughout our instructional day. And just moving from there, but just really a basic way for us to slim down on our budget when it comes to our transportation costs.
Conversation about the before school activities. So Mr. Little or Dr. Beardsley, can you chime in on that?
Sure. So essentially for before and after school activities, there are a number of things that we do need to consider and have been working to put plans in place. We do have instrumental orchestra and band that meets before school. I've engaged with the leads of instrumental music and general music, and essentially, they noted that this change had been put in place before and that they'd been able to adjust schedules and able to continue to provide those services. They did note that as we move forward with this, we will need to work together in regards to engagement and planning and keeping an eye on engagement and attendance, and see if there are particular gaps in engagement or communication that we need to address to help students be aware of those opportunities and access those opportunities. So we've identified that. We will continue to plan. They understand that with the shift forward, they said that they can make those adjustments, but we just need to work through the details. The primary impact is the before school. And so we can also look in situations where placing some of those activities, be it some of our mentoring programs or tutoring programs, we'll evaluate whether it's best to continue those in the before school or the after school. And I think there's some opportunity to get student voice and, think about the placement of some of those programs with this shift.
Just to double back a little bit off Dr. Beardsley, I really believe that once we get that information out to all our stakeholders, we can start planning, and we have a lot of time right now to start planning for the adjustment. And I think it wouldn't be that big of an issue right now, once again, because we're doing it early and we're giving everybody a chance to adjust to that model.
All right. Joey?
So I understand that teachers may have done this before, but for families, this will be a shift. In some cases, it's about childcare, it's about schedules. Will we get a chance as a board to hear the logistics around some of these before and after school opportunities, the changes, the timeframes before the end of this year? And at what date are you planning on beginning the communication outreach so that people know? And I'll preface it by just saying, if it's not happening before the end of this year, that's probably going to be disastrous for the fall, because this is going to take a huge effort to shift our 3 biggest schools.
Yeah, the communication, Joy, will be going out shortly after we return from spring break. As far as definitely sharing the adjustments that we're going to make for the additional supports for the morning, moving potentially to the afternoon, that will also be shared definitely before we go up, before we end school. Our goal is to get this information fully fleshed out by the end of April or early May at the latest, considering we have to now form these groups and get the compression from our stakeholders.
Great. And my second question is around the transportation component. So this is obviously a reduction. The goal of this is reduction of costs. What conversations have we had already with our transportation company to realize that these costs are the numbers that we're talking about, and B, make sure that our contracts are adjusted to accommodate the change that we're hoping to put in place here?
Joey, thank you for that. Before we even started having this conversation with the board, we started having conversation with Positive Connection about 2 years ago as something that we can possibly look at or doing. And from Positive's point of view, it actually helps them. And I'll tell you why. They've always had problem being able to recruit enough drivers to be able to service us. So by doubling up, they need fewer drivers than they currently have. So that actually helps the operation function better. And we've talked to them about the savings that we accrue, and it's not an issue for them because as it stands right now, finding enough qualified driver to do our route has always been a challenge for them. So optimizing the way we've talked about optimizing now makes the operation actually tighter, and it makes them worry less about getting complaints from parents, getting complaints from us. So it actually is a win-win for them. So we've been having conversations with them continuously for the last 2 years, and we continue to talk to them.
So, Raphael, I appreciate that these conversations have been ongoing, and they have said that this is going to be useful to them. However, they have not always been good faith players in terms of contractors. So if we don't have something in writing about a commitment to this reduction in costs, I don't know if I have a whole lot of confidence that they're going to pass the savings on to us without some work on our part.
If I can just explain, it's not a matter of them passing savings to us. What it is we have a rate that we negotiated for single route. We have a rate that we negotiated for double routes. So if we're doing more double, it's not a matter of us needing permission from them. This is how we'll do. So we'll just double up and we'll pay the rate that is already in the contract. So there's nothing else that we have to do as far as trying to get permission or putting an amendment into the existing contract. All we have to do is just go by the rate that he agreed to when we have the current contract, as far as what a double route is and what a single route is.
And how long is our current contract?
The contract is actually for 2 years, and we can renew it by mutual agreement. So the renewal term that we have for next year is 1.5 plus CPI. So it is in there. There's no incentive on their part to pull out because they have the infrastructure here that they pay for, that they run. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would also, if it's okay, I saw a couple of hands. I wanted to add some other pieces to the discussion about reductions. So I had to make a decision. I've had a conversation with the team, and we met with leadership today in the district. We have been talking about this for over about 2 months. We're not administrative. There will be no administrative raises this year in the district. That was a hard decision to make, but we also understand the importance of us all contributing to the challenges of our budget, and so we will all collectively as admin not apply for a raise, and then also there will be a reduction in a few administrative positions. But again, I'm not at liberty to speak to those until everything is really ironed out completely.
Dr. Horton, do you have an estimate of what that additional cost savings is in terms of deficit reduction?
Beatrice, do you have that number?
Sorry, trying to unmute myself. I think from what I recall with the conversation with Kathy when we discussed this, it's somewhere, I think it's around $160,000, Kathy, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. As far as salary,
Salaries.
foregoing the raise for next year. Yes.
Okay, so foregoing the raise as well as the shifts in positions?
No, that would be a greater cost for the shift in positions, but I don't want to share those completely until I have the final pieces. But no, we're potentially 2 administrative positions. One for sure, with a second one looking very highly.
Okay, so I think, it will be helpful at some point for us, obviously, to hear the specifics of the savings from administrative changes and commitments to those salary freezes, as well as, I think for those of us who understand how schools operate, we understand that administrative positions absolutely have an impact on what schools feel like and what happens in classrooms if administration's organized properly, right? And so if we have those reductions, we appreciate the buy-in and commitment of the team to the salary freezes, but with the changes in positions or elimination of positions, I think it's important for us as a board to understand how we're going to maintain the commitments that we've made to expectations for, improving the impact of Tier 1 instruction and reducing the utilization of Tier 2 and Tier 3. I think we will need to hear back about how things have been reorganized in order to allow us to continue to have that high impact on quality.
We should be able to have our goal. We should have a better response at the April's board meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Were there any other questions or comments about the budget deficit reduction document and conversation?
I just want to say thank you, Dr. Horton, for mentioning it without needing to be asked. because the thought exchange, a prominent theme was lessening administrative overhead. That was something that the community told us, and it was something that we obviously asked about in the last finance committee meeting. But I appreciate you sharing that there's more details on that coming and that it's on your radar, that we do need to lean out a little bit, just as we're asking everybody else to do. So thank you for mentioning it this evening.
All right. Adila, can we do the roll call?
Yes, Kim,
Yes.
Cartha,
Yes.
Halpern,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Lindsay Ryan,
Yes.
Mendoza,
Yes.
Tanya Vudi.
Yes.
Great. Motion passes 7-0.
All right. And then this evening we have some really important student service discussions. So Amy, we'll be hearing from you first. And Amy, it's wonderful to see you and have you join us this evening. Haven't had the opportunity to see you in a while with the offices closed, but hello and
Hi,
welcome.
nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Primero de nada, quiero saludar a la comunidad latina y quiero dejarles saber que los documentos y la presentación estarán traducidas y disponibles en la página web del distrito lo más pronto posible. Disculpa que no los tiene disponibles en ese momento. I just wanted to start to thank the community and apologize that the documents are not in Spanish right now as we speak, but they will be up as soon as possible in our webpage, in our district webpage. Thank you for having me here, and I love the opportunity to be able to present today on the multilingual department. Today, I would like to review the department visions and goals, as well as the demographics of the students that are in emergent bilingual programs, program models, areas of success and supports, areas of growth, academic performance of EBs, especially our Black and Latinx students, language proficiencies in English and in the dual language program, which is Spanish, and action steps towards continuous improvement. I would like to center the emergent bilingual student in our discussions today. In keeping with Evanston-Skokie School District's commitments to culturally relevant teaching and equity, the Emergent Bilingual Program's mission aims to work together as a community, inspire creativity, and prepare each student to achieve academically, grow personally, and contribute positively to a global society by becoming fully English-speaking and/or bilingual, biliterate, and bicultural. In order to become fully English-speaking and biliterate, we will look at the state of Illinois' bilingual guidance on program models. So the state of Illinois has two different language support models. The first is transitional bilingual programs, which is a program designed to allow English learners to achieve long-term academic success through English medium instruction in general education classrooms, provided, however, that the native language and of the English learner is used to support the student's development of English and content learning, and then is gradually phased out of instruction as English proficiency increases. However, TBE programs are subtractive because unlike dual language programs, native language instruction is generally gradually phased out of content as students' English language proficiency increases and the student is eventually promoted out of the TB program. We at District 65 used the Center for Applied Linguistics, CAL, definition of dual language as an umbrella term that includes the developmental bilingual programs for native speakers of the partner language, which for us is Spanish, foreign language immersion for native English speakers, two-way immersion programs that combine these two populations, and heritage language programs. We use dual language in preschool as a developmental bilingual program for speakers of the partner language, which for here is Spanish again, and two-way immersion for grades K-5 that combines Spanish speakers and with native English speakers. Middle school Spanish for Spanish speakers is a Spanish language arts for formerly TWE students that continue to use Spanish and learn of the heritage of Spanish speakers. The other program, which the state sees, is a transitional program of instruction, or TPI. We offer this service when there are less than 19 students at a particular school building. It offers at least English as a second language support. These two programs support our population of students. Let's look at our emergent bilingual population by race. If we are to center race for our decision-making purposes, it is important to note that 90% of our emergent bilingual populations are students of color. Let's look at the demographics of EB students by program model in the next slide. You will notice that there is less emergent bilinguals in 2021 than in the past 3 years. Generally, our registration numbers are down this year, and since we are in the middle of a pandemic, there has been restrictions in all countries about moving to and from. Let's continue with more demographics on the next slide. Emergent bilinguals that are eligible for special education services make up about 24.97% of our EB population. 66.99% of our students are eligible for free or reduced lunch. Romy will be speaking more about our EB population in special education in her presentation after mine. Let's look at the demographics by language in this district. We have over 80 languages in D65. We have changed the name of our department from bilingual to value each and every language in our district. Since Spanish is spoken by almost 700 students, it is the partner language in the TWE program. Other languages, equally important, are in pockets across the district, making it very important for all general program educators to know the linguistic needs of their students. In reviewing the demographics of our EB population and acknowledging the unique year the world has undertaken, as a collective, 65 staff, we are able to share successes in the next slide. This past summer, a cohort of 10 general program teachers and coaches finished their ESL endorsement from National Louis University with partial funding from the Title III grant and district monies. Emergent bilingual programs have been added to our district. 12 of our 18 schools have TPI programs in their building. Chute, Dawes, Dewey, Haven, JEH Preschool, King Arts, Lincoln, Nichols, Oakton, Orrington, Bessie Rhodes, and Walker, with the commitment of having EB support in every building by school year 24. Development of a dual language framework as a tool to help educators plan instruction in a dual language classroom was also one of our successes. Implementation of the SIAP model at Orrington. Increased participation of our EB parents in the Bilingual Parent Advisory Committee, or BPAC meetings. Changes geared to support EBs and staff this year, specifically our TBE population, which in the state, what we call TWE, the state calls TBE, is piloting a Spanish language arts program designed specifically for dual language students, assessing Spanish language arts to collect data on literacy development of the language of instruction for students in the TWE program, providing professional learning that supports teachers, not just on what to teach, like a new, like Mi Visión curriculum, but how to teach and why to teach it. We're lucky to have Teaching for Achievement and Justice of Us, Spanish language methodology, pedagogy, and successful practices for Spanish literacy instruction. Addition of an EB staff to Dewey and Oakton for all emergent bilinguals to attend homeschools, not just the Spanish-speaking EBs. Continuing with the changes of this year for specifically our TWE students and staff, we have provided the SIOP model coursework, summer course for educators from Orrington, Dewey, and Lincoln. We've had a deep dive in the SIOP model for Orrington with and was open to EB teachers at other buildings. We have the SIOP coaching support by our bilingual content facilitator, Monica Ornelas, in Orrington, Shoehaven, and Nichols by the year's end. We've added EB specialists in EB expansion in Oakton, King Arts, and Dewey, and all have supports in their buildings. All of these changes could not have been possible or successful with the hard work and dedication of our EB teachers and staff. Next slide. I would like to publicly thank our EB educators, those in the TBE or TWE programs and the TPI programs. Nationwide, the emergent bilingual students and their families have had an especially difficult year during COVID-19. Emergent bilinguals and their teachers are definitely struggling nationwide. Many of the specific strategies that teachers use with emergent bilinguals don't translate easily in an online environment. For example, kids need to be speaking English and teachers need to provide scaffolds to support them during academic discourses. That can be very challenging to do in a large online classroom environment. In our dual language classrooms, the amount of time in the partner language, being face-to-face with their teachers to practice the language has been challenging. But through all of that, our EB educators, those in the TWE and TPI programs, have pushed themselves and continue to learn and try new curriculums to help our EB students succeed in spite of all the hardships in a COVID-19 year. I want to thank you. You are seen and appreciated. As we look for data as we look from a worldwide pandemic that has changed all aspects of our lives, there are academic consequences for all students. Understanding that MAP is only a snapshot of one day of a particular assessment that does not assess language development, but is used for all students to measure academic achievement, regardless of linguistic backgrounds. This is the data that we have. K-5 students that are at or above level in expectations in math and reading, EBs in grades K through 5 are underperforming in mathematics as compared to native English speaking students. EB currently in our TBE program or TWE program have the least percentage of students represented for achieving at or above grade levels in math and reading. It is important to note that MAP is given in the language of instruction in TWE classrooms, as it is best practice to test in the language of instruction. However, we must remember that it is not represented in what is not represented in this figure is that TWE students are learning to read and write and listen and speak in 2 languages. Researcher Jim Cummins states that while many children develop native speaker fluency in social language within 2 years of immersion in a target language, it takes between 5 and 7 years for a child to be working on a level with native speakers as far as academic language is concerned. Let's look at K-5 students that are making expected gains in math and reading on the next slide. In both math and reading, EBs currently in the TPI program have higher percentage of students making expected gains in mathematics and reading than district-wide and those in the TBE program. Let's look at the K-5 students that are in the first quartile. On the next slide. There are more EBs in the first quartile than monolingual students. With the Common Core state standards, especially the skills identified in the standards for mathematical practice, mathematics has increasingly emphasized conceptual understanding and reasoning, in addition to the procedural know-how. Language is the entirety of the mathematics classroom, where students must learn the language of, not just the concepts of, to communicate their reasoning skills. In TWE classrooms, we have been using translated literacy curriculum that did not address the Spanish language, the Spanish standards, nor the translanguaging of language to learn multiple languages. Now let's move on to middle school. Middle school students are at or above grade level expectations in math and reading. Our middle school EB students, those in the TPI program, do better in math than the former TWE Spanish-speaking students in math, and slightly better in reading than former TWE Spanish speakers. Let's look at the middle school students that are making expected gains in the next slide. EBs in middle school that are currently in the TPI program have a higher percentage of students making accepted gains in mathematics than district-wide who are not EBs, and those in the TBE program. EBs in middle school that are currently in the TPI program are closing the gap between general program and making expected gains in reading. Now let's look at the middle school students in the first quartile. There are more middle school EBs in both TBE or TWE or TPI programs that are in the first quartile in reading and math than district-wide. There are more TBEs in the first quartile. Let's look at MAP Español, which shows the percentages of TWE and middle school Spanish for Spanish speakers class that are at or above grade levels by language tested and race and ethnicity between MAP Español and MAP Reading school year 21 in the winter. This is the first year we're using MAP Español district-wide in TWE classrooms and Spanish for Spanish speakers in middle school. MAP Español tests reading, not language acquisition. This figure shows the percentage of students in two-way immersion TWE and Spanish for Spanish speakers program. Both EB, native Spanish speaking, and native English speaking students score in MAP reading and MAP in Español reading are at or above grade level. MAP Español assesses reading in Spanish to understand students' different reading abilities in both languages. All racial or ethnic categories except Hispanic perform better in English reading than in Spanish reading. Now let's look at the data for the first quartile. This figure shows that percentage of students in two-way immersion and Spanish for Spanish speaker programs. Both EB, native Spanish speakers, and native English speaking students MAP scores in MAP reading and MAP Español reading are in the first quartile. Notice that there are 12 Black students, 307 Hispanic students, 16 multiracial students, and 113 white students that tested both in reading, MAP reading and MAP Español in reading. All races and ethnicities have students in the first quartile in Spanish. Hispanic students have similar percentages of students in the first quartile in reading in both languages. The data I just presented looked at an assessment that is used for all students, not considering the language development of EB students. We will be looking at Access data next. Access is an English language proficiency test that measures students' academic English skills. Access proficiency level scores describe the student's performance in terms of 6 WIDA English language proficiency levels. Level 1 is entering, level 2 is emerging, level 3 is developing, level 4 is expanding, level 5 bridging, and level 6 is reaching. That proficiency score is a whole number followed by a decimal. The whole number reflects the student's proficiency level, and the number after the decimal reflects how far the student has progressed within that level. For example, a student with a score of 3.7 is at a proficiency level of 3 and halfway over towards achieving a proficiency level 4. If you notice, white EBs have higher English language proficiency scores than all other races. Hispanic EBs currently in our TBE program, or dual language, or TWE, have the lowest English language proficiencies in all domains but writing than the other races. Black students need more support in the writing domain than the other 3 domains. Generally, EBs have the highest English language proficiency in the listening domain. Now that we have seen the data, we must take action steps to move forward. As a director of multilingual services, I wholeheartedly agree with Nancy Cummings. If we are to truly build schools that meet the needs of the wide range of students who attend them, then we must approach instruction from a new paradigm that puts cultural and linguistic diversity at the center of all the work we do. Let's look at the action steps towards continued improvement that I have highlighted on the next slide. Continued support for EB expansion. Adoption of a dual language literacy program designed for dual language program and students. Expansion of the SIOP training with other buildings with high EB populations. Hold compression process to develop and plan for assessments that support instructional planning of our EB population. Professional learning designed to build a pedagogical knowledge and skill, as well as the technical learning of new curriculums for educators, and a shared co-teaching model vision across the district, and professional learning of second language acquisition to administration and instructional coaching staff. Finally, providing liberation for EB means providing access to adequately challenging content, fair assessments, quality instruction, inclusive environments for all students, and personalized linguistic supports by removing the systemic barriers that have been placed. Educators are realizing that removing systemic barriers to learning and promoting rigor to grade level materials with support systems in place are important for creating empowered language learners. Thank you, and I will happily take any questions.
Thank you, Amy.
Go ahead and ask some questions, Amy. Good seeing you again.
You too.
And again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you and your team and our our multilingual teachers across the district. Again, who again I still hold my license. If ever I want to go back, it's it's such an
Please do come on over.
it's an incredible experience to be a multilingual educator. It's super challenging, but that.
I do.
As any teacher, right? That when we really connect with children and their families, how powerful the change is, and as you see it unfold, and they develop, in both languages, it's just incredible. So, so again, I appreciate the work that you and your team do, and just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you.
So just some of the questions I had around the around the program. And our several programs. I'm really excited to see the expansion of emergent bilingual, multilingual services across the school district. Just I want to say 6 years ago, I was hanging out with other parents who were questioning the quality of the programming. And this was before your time.
I know, right?
Yeah, and we really were trying to push the district to make sure that they delivered for our multilingual families in whatever iteration. If they are Haitian Creole speakers, if they're Spanish speakers, but really trying to push for the quality. So it is disheartening to see that there is this expansion, particularly for our TPI, to see our general education teachers, something that I think we've always pushed for. And I know at times as a bilingual educator, I've worked in places where you kind of just felt alone, right? And there was and you were asked to collaborate with other colleagues, but again, it was just hard to do at times because people have their own things going. So it's really good to see that, again, we're also dedicating time to educate our leadership, right, at the building level, as well as our general education folks to really kind of appreciate the complexity of our multilingual learners. And what's also exciting too is just really thinking about, so many things that I'm excited about that I see are unfolding here. Just making sure that one of the things I read on the report is that, again, there's an increase in the involvement of parents in the Bilingual Parent Advisory Committee, which is great. And I think one of the silver linings, and I know one of my questions around that line is, again, if we're going to really move the needle for children, we got to get to know them through their families, right? Because they're the first teacher. So the beauty of the BPAC is that it's a structure that's required by federal and state law to allow parents to become leaders in these programs and to help us do the quality check. One, we as a system teach them how to navigate the system, but then they learn how to really push for quality of programming. So again, what I want to make sure that we continue to do is that, again, we lean on parents and make sure that they're part of that evaluation process as partners with our school district and with your department, to make sure that we have this continuous quality improvement that is informed and centers, as you said in your presentation, the experiences of multilingual families, and they have a say in it. Because I think that is for me, that's the equity piece, is having community partner with us as a school district to continue in our continuous quality improvement of our programs. So I know one of the things that emerges out of that evaluation process, is a form, right? And wondering if that'll be posted in regards to the input that parents have made, as well as who the officers are and all that good stuff. Just to kind of make sure, let the public know that we have this process that's going on, and making sure that we invite folks in our multilingual programs to participate and to have a say and a continued say in the quality of the program. So
yes, and I want to say publicly as well that our BPAC leadership is really phenomenal. I'm part of a North Shore school district's multilingual directors, and nobody has had the turnout that we're having. And I attribute it to finally the good side is that everybody can join. It doesn't matter if you're making dinner, you just pop up your computer and you join. So that they've had really good, the leadership at BPAC have had really good ideas of bringing in fresh ideas and things that parents want. So thanks for calling them up.
no, absolutely. So thank you to them. And again, they're critical partner in this. I know, of course, the scores that we saw with the map Espanol and again, there's room for growth for sure. I know this is a baseline year. One of the things that's surprising to me is the math scores, and I know we've administered that in Spanish for a while, and we've seen actually the students perform or at least Spanish-speaking students perform at a higher level in math. So but given that this is a very special year, yes, the only way to go is up, and I just want to remind folks that that's the caveat. Is that, again, even though these numbers are low, we know that and we've seen historically that multilingual students, particularly, if you test them in their native language, they are going to perform really well. So the hope is that in the future, presentation that we will have that historical data. But right now, again, this is a baseline, and I'm all for baselines as we move towards creating a curriculum that's more responsive. Again, all these things that we're talking about, these were things that we were trying to push a while back, and there's parents who may be watching now, right, who were part of those conversations, who came to former boards and were asking for these things. And so it's just so heartening to see that these things are materializing for once. And I know one of the other criticisms too has always been around just the quality of the Spanish, right? And so then, again, I'm excited to learn more about Mi Visión and the curriculum, and how culturally responsive it is, as well as just making sure that, again, we're paying attention to, when we teach language, we teach it in the cultural context, and that, I think, is what makes it much more richer. And looking forward to, again, making, once kids get back in school and are interacting, again, they can practice language amongst themselves, right, as they interact. One of the questions too that I have, I have so many questions, but I know one of the things that folks have asked, include public comments as well, is the disaggregation, right? I know there was an ask around disaggregating between schools and just seeing how schools were doing, right, and then making sure that, at least for our purposes, right, if there's any issues that in regards to as we ramp up these services, how can we make sure that we're supporting those school districts or those particular schools that might need that extra help and professional development to really meet the needs of our English, our multilingual learners. So
I'll follow up with the RAD department with that.
Awesome, yeah. And I'll have more questions, but I'll let other folks ask. So.
I'll also make a quick plug that in our future upcoming report on annual achievement and accountability report, we will have all the school profiles will include data disaggregated to show our emerging bilingual students and our students with IEPs as well. So plug for looking at that. But I'll continue to work with Amy as well.
Thanks, Kylie.
Thank you, Kylie. Biz.
Thank you for all of that information. As Sergio touched on, I want to think specifically about where the pandemic has placed us in this data. My kids are just in sixth grade and fifth grade, having gone through Tree at Dawes. And as I'm thinking about those who are entering kindergarten and first, either last year or this year, who are monolingual, I can't imagine what the remote life is like for that language development. And so I'm wondering kind of what are our on-ramps and strategies for next year for what will be our first and second graders who maybe didn't have the traditional TWE setting to develop those skills in the same way. And I know you said enrollment is down, and that also might affect a couple of years worth of data, right? But thinking specifically about for those native Spanish speakers, particularly, what are we doing to try to get them as close to on level as possible, knowing that they've lost some critical space and not being able to be in a classroom together?
Well, that is a concern from just nationwide and all groups that deal with the data for EBs and dual language programs specifically, and a lot of and there has been a lot of researchers that have come out publicly to say just don't teach remotely in English as much, be faithful to the language allocation. But the reality is, we have some families that are not Spanish and speak Spanish at home, and they can help support their child. So there, and there's also families at home that are not able to help with the homework. So we are at a place where it is going to take a few years to catch that up. And what we're hoping is for our EB students, we are doing the summer program, and we are doing in Spanish language arts for the literacy and some of the summer school programs as well that focus in on Spanish speakers.
Thank you. I want that to continue. I know that it's already on everybody's radar, but I want us to be really thoughtfully considering how we on-ramp all of those students and those families so that they can get to where they need. Because I do think there's a disparate impact for our Latinx families that have not reaped all of the benefits they could have from a TWE program in the last pandemic period.
Thank you.
So, yes, Sula.
Hi, Amy. Nice to meet you here. I just had a quick question about the assessments that you do for English language learners, because I'd read recently some interesting research about assessing how literate they are in their home language, right? Or what kind of literacy instruction they might have had before. And are you able to differentiate that when you assess students?
When part of the process of coming in and when you come into the district is finding out the schooling you've had, where you've had it, if there's interrupted schooling. So we do have our intake form that helps that, and we write it out and we give it to the emergent bilingual teachers at the school that they're going to attend. So there is that form of just getting some of the data collected. And I'm sorry, what was the other part of your question?
Whether that influences how you differentiate for different learners.
Well, yes, that would be at the school level, the emergent, depending on even the time that they spend with the student, depends on their schooling. If newcomers will have more time usually than students that are already at at level 3 or developing, right? So it's not just where they are in the language, but also if they've had any schooling because they are even new to and this is more true years ago. We haven't had a lot of because of who knows why. I mean, I think I know why, but it might be political atmosphere that we didn't have a lot of new immigrants that were refugees coming from outside in a few years. So our intake policy was a little bit different. I mean, they really hit the needs of, how is it that you sit at a desk? And I mean, there are skills that students needed to learn when you don't have, when you've had interrupted schooling. So they do that. Our EB teachers are really good at differentiating for them.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to appreciate, but also reiterate the accountability to the systematic gap that and harm that we've had in not having a specifically dual language curriculum, and teaching dual language with a curriculum that had to be translated by individual educators, and name what an underinvestment that has been in our dual language implementation. And I appreciate that being acknowledged and the gesture of repair towards correcting that. Also acknowledging the concerns that Calkins herself has acknowledged about her curricular content. It is painful to see that a program that should be designed to allow for an opportunity for equity and with a gesture towards liberation has underserved the families that it was designed to support. And, I think the data plays out to verify and validate the concerns that families have had. And, I can agree, my children are also in TWE, and I can agree that COVID certainly has an impact. But I think there's some systematic and institutional gaps that have impacted these outcomes as well. One, I know that Eureka Math was adopted specifically because it was meant to have the proper language access for our dual language classrooms. But as we heard in one of our public comments, that has not necessarily played out. And I think we talked about this a little bit earlier this year, but specifically seeing some of these outcomes that are demonstrating that children are not getting what they need in terms of, curricular content, instruction. And we know that part of that is related to adaptations that have been required to respond to a global pandemic. But looking ahead, how are we going to rectify how bilingual educators have access to curricular content that they don't have to do extra work for translating?
So if I were to, Amy, do you want me to pick up a little
Yes,
bit globally
sure.
on that? So Amy, so there are a couple of pieces. As Amy mentioned in her presentation, there's very specific work going on with the two-way immersion classrooms to pilot and identify a Spanish language arts curriculum. We, after kind of really working through much of what you have brought up in your comments, Anya, approximately about 1.5 years ago, really called to question what had been a held assumption in the district, which was that essentially our monolingual program and our dual language program should be working from the same literacy curriculum. And we kind of called to question whether that was a fair and appropriate assumption. And with a lens for equity and opportunity, we said that really, there are benefits to having similar learning across our monolingual and our dual language classrooms, but those benefits do not outweigh the need for access to a Spanish language curriculum that is written ground up in Spanish. And so, that work really necessitated and pushed forward the search for and the work that Amy's been doing in conjunction with Dr. Cardenas Lopez, Amy's leadership, Dr. Cardenas Lopez's partnership to identify this curriculum, and our TWE educators are piloting those materials now, and that's in process. Additionally, with the reviews that we've initiated over the last 2 years, essentially, our NGSS review being a really good example of this, the availability of Spanish language curriculum has been at one of the core criteria in the process of review. And so an example of this is that in our science NGSS curriculum review, we brought forward only curriculums that had the curriculum available in both English and Spanish. And PhD science was the one that was ultimately adopted, and that was available in English and in Spanish. And we have waited to move forward on piloting. We would have potentially piloted this year until we were able to see the materials written out and have availability to pilot in Spanish to be able to assess that curriculum. And so we really are in our process calling that into a core part of the selection process.
Can I add to that too? I've met with a few of the content facilitators, and I met with Monica, and she spoke a lot about the work that's happening with Amy and her. And if the opportunity presents itself, I would like for us to propose adding an additional content facilitator for emerging bilingual to help with that work. As you hear tonight on this call, it is heavy, but they're pushing through. And just giving you, a heads up if the opportunity presents itself and something happens where we can do that, we will make that a priority for us.
Thank you, Dr. Hart.
Thank you. The other question that I have is related to BPAC. One, congratulations and thank you. These, spaces that center the input and relationships with our families are critical to our pursuit of justice and liberation, and a significant part of, I think, of the experience of injustice with institutions is, separating children from their families and not seeing children and their families as a unit. And Sergio spoke to that a little bit as well. And so thank you for your work and making that space for families to come together and to lead and to convene. I have a question that I'm not sure you'll have an answer to. It's fine if you don't, but I'd be curious if we could track it down. I'm curious if the linguistic demographic of our BPAC mirrors the linguistic demographic of the languages spoken in our district. So you showed us the percentages of.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess and this is and one of the questions that was posed in the document. I think that this is something that we have to work on with a board to decide what is maximum and the language, the percentage of what we will call a maximum language in the sense of quantity wise, and in one of the documents actually that Sergio sent me, talks about it a little bit, and I would be very interested in working. I don't have the answer to that. If you tell me the representation of the people in the leadership, they are 3 Spanish speaker and 1 Spanish speaker that's also French speaking, but for this year's leadership. So if we look at the numbers, 700 students are Spanish speaking. I think the next one is 25 for French, if I remember my chart correctly. So I think we have to decide which language, because I think it's important. How far do we go, for that representation in the sense of, if it's one family, isn't that enough to have somebody else that might not have a dominant language, but still can contribute very well for having a second language, right? In our BPAC, we certainly encourage people. We have been assigning, like having people say, "Oh, I'm going to come, and I would like it in French." And we have been getting Heartland. We've been having a vendor come in and translate when we're asked for families. So it doesn't matter the language, because we have consultants that we can pay to come in and do it. So we invite them and ask them to, we being BPAC, it will ask them to sign up, and if there's a language that they prefer. Some families know more than one language, so they'll be okay. I say, no, I mean, I'm French dominant, but I know English, so I'm okay not having a translator. So we try to include if they need a translator, so that they're able to participate and feel welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think, I wonder, what that would mean for families to have that space to convene, as folks with many linguistic backgrounds, and finding the common ground in what it is to be immersed in an environment where the dominant language is not one's home language. And I think, there are probably some shared experiences and that folks have, in some ways that folks can be in community with one another, even if everyone's dominant language is not, or home language is not exactly the same. So I would, and is there any conversation about changing the name of BPAC to represent multilingual commitments?
That is a state name, but
okay.
But I'd be happy. We can change it internally and just present things to the state.
Just curious about that, but thank you. And then for the curriculum review, Stacey, you mentioned the Spanish language arts curriculum, or maybe Amy, you were mentioning that it's being piloted. Are our dual language educators participating in reviewing that data and feedback, or making recommendations around that curriculum adoption?
Yes, we have an ad hoc committee of TWE teachers looking at the Mi Visión, and they have been very active and they've taken leadership to a whole new level with the amount of work that there is. They're dynamite. They are helping support their colleagues in the same grade levels. They're partnering up and finding spaces when they can share things. We're having weekly Mi Visión curriculum, like office hours, where teachers can come in and just say, I need help with this, like, how do you do this? And so the amount of the leaderships of the teachers in the ad hoc committee are really going deep and learning it to see if it is, I mean, it is a pilot. If we do not believe that this is right for us, it really, I mean, that's why I want them to take it seriously, because we shouldn't have another one that isn't good, right? So we really want to see this as a pilot, and we're going to collect feedback from the teachers and that are trying to pilot, as well as this ad hoc committee that are going much deeper. We meet regularly. They meet with their colleagues, really around getting to know it really well to see if this is something that we should ask for adoption. But we would have to, and we as a committee spoke a little bit about having another year to pilot, because we're piloting this in a year that is not, the curriculum wasn't made for a pandemic. So it has a lot of online components, which is lucky for us, but it doesn't have, we can't get to all of the wonderful instruction because our limited time with, you know, we have an hour of instruction with teachers. So we really want to pilot another year to have a normal year before any decisions are made. And so that, and the teachers really have a deep understanding of what's going on, so that we make an informed decision with the help of teachers, Elizabeth Cardenas Lopez in literacy, who has been a big help and proponent of having the TWE program have a Spanish literacy. She has a dual language background as well. So we have a lot of good things in place right now, but we want to make sure that this is the right curriculum for us.
Thank you. I would invite, if there are any other colleagues that have questions or comments, but we also have another important discussion item, and it's quite late.
Just a quick one, and I know, you know, one of the things that I've always thought about, and I'm trying to push my colleagues at the state education, State Board of Ed, is around the home language survey. So then when we bring in families, right, and we screen kiddos for, you know, for language, for their home language survey, creating something that's a little bit more expanded. And I know I did share a resource with you, Amy, and the team from the U.S. Department of Education that gives them examples of that, of a home language survey that really digs into not only just what language a child knows, but a little bit more into the home language practices. I think there's been issues around, again, you know, there's kiddos and there's families who will kind of say, well, you know, our kids speak Spanish, but you know, but in reality, they mainly speak English at home. So then getting kind of, if we could get the home language survey to help us tease that out, and then that way we can target our supports much more. We can have much more targeted supports for kiddos, right? And then really start off their bilingual or multilingual journey in a way that's more responsive to what their language profiles are, right? So anyway, just something to put out there as we think about continuous improvement of the program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. Amy, thank you so much. Look forward to continuing to hear about the exciting progress that we're making in your department.
Thank you.
And Dr. Cristofaro, DeCristofaro, sorry, you are next.
All right. Hold on, that's not working. Amy, are you doing it? Hold on just a minute.
Do you not want me to do it?
Yeah, no, I'll do it. I'm worried about my Zoom, but now it's missing. Sorry, I need to switch screens here. Maybe I do need you to do it.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. I had it up, so I'll do it.
No, hold on, I have to.
No.
I'm sorry, we're having technical difficulties here. Let me go ahead and I think I've got it now. All right, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're good. All right, everyone's still awake.
Yes.
Just stretch break, so. All right. So good evening. I want to thank Dr. Horton and the board for your support and for prioritizing the needs of our students with disabilities. I appreciate having this platform to update you all and our community on the status of special services in District 65. I'd like to start by affirming the progress we've been able to make as a district and department over the last year, while recognizing that there is still so much more to do until we see the outcomes we know are possible. It has been a collaborative effort with many educators stepping up during an especially challenging time. Tonight, I'll share our department's vision and goals, back to school updates, and information about the student population with IEPs. Additionally, last school year, I reported on concerning data and trends, including the overrepresentation of Black and Latinx students in special education who are being served in more restrictive settings. We have made progress in these areas, and I'm excited to share this, along with the strategic steps we are taking to keep moving forward. First, it has been wonderful to have our students back in school, and the transition back has gone well. Fortunately, during remote learning, we had a high engagement rate among students with IEPs. Engagement plans were developed for students who were frequently absent and disengaged during remote learning. Students with IEPs made up less than 1% of the student population who required engagement plans. We also had a high percentage of our special education staff return in person, and those who are remote are continuing services through teletherapy and remote instruction. All students with IEPs received an individualized remote learning plan, which has been updated to incorporate the in-person services since returning. Our staff are evaluating any regression of skills on IEP goals and overall well-being. Some students are receiving COVID impact transition plans that are designed to provide targeted supports in any areas of regression. With increased health and safety measures, students are continuing to be provided with IEP accommodations and behavior supports. We are also offering some opportunities for additional social emotional support. And finally, we're expanding summer services with an additional 3-week summer learning session for eligible students. While I'm presenting on behalf of the Special Services Department, I want to emphasize that this is a collective vision shared by my colleagues, supported in our schools and community. A vision of excellence and equity for students with disabilities is possible through inclusive learning environments, rigorous and evidence-based instruction with standards-aligned IEPs, a strengths-based approach that promotes students' voice and agency, and collaborative partnerships with families. Following our vision, it is important to also name some of the institutional barriers we are working to overcome. Racism and ableism have often been looked at as two separate systems of oppression. Ableism, which is prejudice against people with disabilities based on the belief that typical abilities are superior, will continue to exist as long as racism persists. We have seen how disabilities in District 65 have been racialized, and meaningful inclusion for children with disabilities will not be fully realized until racism is abolished. I'm sharing 2 quotes here. The first quote is from Special Education and the Subverting of Brown. Both Brown and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act were laws meant to provide equal opportunities and access to education. However, both failed to consider the intersection between race and disability and how this would undermine the promise of these laws. So if history is any lesson, as long as there remains a dual system of general education and special education, one will be used by the other to uphold the status quo, exclusion. If instead inclusion was defined as a broad-based reform effort to make schools and classrooms accessible and responsive to all students, we might finally, 67 years later, have achieved the promise of Brown. Which is why, as stated in the second quote, racism and ableism need to be interrogated and abolished together. Before we move into our strategies and data, I want to center the information on this slide because it provides us with all we need to know about where we need to focus and prioritize our efforts. Last year, I presented data showing the mean MAP scores of our students, which showed that white students with disabilities were outperforming Black students in general education on this one metric. Unfortunately, when we look at our data from this winter, this is still the case. There is also merely a 1-point difference with our Latinx students in Gen Ed. While I'll be sharing some positive data trends tonight, which I believe are hopeful, the fact remains that the steps we've taken have not yet translated into the desired changes in achievement outcomes, according to this one tool to measure student learning. We have to keep this concerning reality at the forefront as we continue our work, taking into consideration our core Tier 1 instruction, MTSS processes, and special education services. As a district, we've been taking steps to create inclusive learning environments, to promote co-teaching, culturally responsive and sustaining practices, and the use of universal design for learning, or UDL. UDL is a way of designing lessons that reduce barriers for learning by providing flexible paths toward achieving learning goals. These strategies have to be done in tandem and are solidly grounded in research as best practice that will lead to improved student outcomes. So the first bullet point highlights a longitudinal study which found that each hour a student with a disability spends time in general education produces significant achievement gains. And this was true across disability categories and when controlling for factors like race and socioeconomic status. The second bullet point points out the clear and consistent evidence that inclusive educational settings can provide both short and long-term benefits, including higher achievement for students with, and this is important, students without disabilities. Third, the use of culturally responsive and sustaining practices helps reduce the overrepresentation of culturally and linguistically diverse students in special education. And fourth, research suggests that the implementation of the UDL, or Universal Design for Learning framework, improves the learning process, again, for all students. District 65 continues to offer a continuum of services from the least restrictive general education environment to the most restrictive, residential and home hospital. A continuum exists for a reason, because we will always have students who require various levels of support. I will continue to promote inclusive practices in the district, as all students with IEPs are general education students first. And I recognize there are students who require more intensive supports across the continuum. Last year, I shared data that showed that District 65 had higher percentages of students in special schools and in separate settings when compared to the national average. We have made some changes since last school year to balance this fact, including taking steps to phase out our cross-categorical classrooms and increase special educators across the district in order to build up our co-teaching model. All of our schools can provide services in general education and resource settings, and our middle schools continue to offer co-taught and instructional classes. Our specialized or self-contained programs are located at JH, King Arts, Lincoln, and Nichols, and we've revised the program names and descriptions of our special programs. The program at Lincoln and Nichols, which were formerly called CDC or Communication Disorder Classroom, then Communication Development Classroom, has been renamed to STEP, which stands for Structured Teaching Education Program. The Options program at King Arts was renamed to RISE, which stands for Rigorous, Individualized, Specialized Education. We've taken a number of strategic steps to support our vision of equity and excellence. This school year, we increased special educator staffing by 12 to allow for more co-teaching. We were intentional in our hiring by bringing in staff who demonstrated a mindset and skill set that would support our vision. Last spring, schools participated in a student-centered scheduling process that supported master scheduling and prioritized students with IEPs, promoting inclusive practices and common planning time for co-teachers. Professional learning opportunities have included trainings and coaching cycles on co-teaching, universal design for learning, SPEL, which is our special ed and ELL racial equity development, standards aligned and student-led IEPs, and racialized trauma. We've rolled out a co-teaching quality indicator self-assessment and look for observation tool that teams can use to evaluate their current practices and set goals. Administrator trainings and standing committee meetings have focused on internal procedures to reduce the impact of bias, and our second round of reality check data reviews with school teams has included a close look at LRE, least restrictive environment, and achievement data for students with IEPs. Bringing these conversations to the building level has been essential. Finally, we have initiated the start of a special education parent advisory council. A steering committee of volunteer parents are supporting this effort, and we will be off the ground this spring. Moving into our demographic information. This graph shows total number of students with IEPs according to the opening of schools report, going back to 2012. While over time, our students with IEPs has increased concurrently with declining enrollment numbers, we did have a slight decrease in total students with IEPs at the beginning of the school year. This number is back up. Currently, students with IEPs make up 13.8% of our total student population. This chart shows students in grades K through 8 and the percentage of students by primary disability. Our percentages are relatively consistent with state averages. Students with specific learning disabilities makes up our highest group, followed by other health impairment and speech and language impairment. And I'd like to point out that since last school year, our overall percentage of students with emotional disabilities has decreased from 9.7% to 7.6%. The state average is 6%. This graph shows the percentage of students with disabilities by race in blue and the overall percentage of students by race in green. We continue to see that the percentage of Black and Latinx students identified with disabilities is higher than the overall student population within these racial groups. This chart shows students with and without disabilities by race. Blue represents students in general education or without an IEP, and green represents the percentage of students with an IEP. When we look at our overall population of students with IEPs, Black students continue to make up the largest group, followed by Latinx and then white students. Percentages remained relatively stable from last school year. This graph breaks down students' primary disability by race. Black students make up the largest population of students with emotional disability, developmental delay, and specific learning disability. We've consistently had an overrepresentation in District 65 of Black students identified with emotional disabilities, and we have been able to decrease this percentage, which I will highlight in the next slide. White students make up the largest group of students with autism, other health impairment, and speech. And it's important to point out again that our Latinx student group makes up a high percentage of students identified with speech impairments relative to the overall Latinx student population. Within this group, 77% of Latinx students identified with a speech impairment are emergent bilingual students, which is much higher than the other racial categories. To respond to this, members of our speech department have piloted a Spanish-English bilingual screening tool that includes the types of tasks that research has indicated are sensitive to language impairments in bilinguals. A team is continuing to work on this screening tool over the summer for broader use next school year with the goal of reducing the risk of over-identification. Since last school year, the percentage of Black students identified with an emotional disability has gone down from 58.8% to 48%, so a decrease of 17 students in all. This includes all District 65 students, including those attending therapeutic day schools and Rice. I believe a few things attribute to this. Some were 8th graders moving on to high school, but we've also increased our overall awareness of this problem and paired it with our special ed and EL racial equity work, use of reflection tools, internal procedures, and team planning that we hope reduce the impact of bias and subjectivity during the eligibility process. And that includes both initial evaluations and then reevaluations. I am very excited to share that we are making progress in our efforts to provide students with more inclusive educational opportunities. IDEA requires students to be placed in the least restrictive environment, or LRE. This means the special ed setting or program that best meets the student's needs while providing the most access to general education peers as possible. This graph provides information on the educational settings students with IEPs are being served. It compares the 1920 school year to the 2021 school year. It goes on the left from students spending 80% or more of their time in gen ed. Then next to that, students who spend between 40 to 79% in gen ed. Then the less than 40% group, an example of this might be students who are in our RISE or STEP programs, but not necessarily. To all the way on the right, students that attend separate settings like Rice, Park, or therapeutic day option. You can see that when we look at all of our students with IEPs, we've increased the percentage of students spending most of their day in general education from 56.8% to 64%, and decreased the percentage of students in a separate setting from 10.5% to 7.8%. Our percentage of students being served in separate settings is still higher than the state and national average of 6.4% and 3.2%. As you may recall, in the presentation I shared last year, our Black and Latinx students were most likely to be segregated from the general education setting. While that is unfortunately still the case, as a district, we have made progress toward increasing access for Black and Latinx students with IEPs, which I'll break down for you in the next slide. Here we can see the comparison from last school year to this year and the changes to the percentage of students by race receiving education in the general education environment 80% or more of the time. Our greatest increases in providing access and opportunity for Tier 1 core instruction have been for our Black, Latinx, and multiracial populations. This chart shows the percentage of students by primary disability and the educational environment where they receive services. Students with emotional disabilities, autism, intellectual disabilities, and multiple disabilities are most likely to be educated in specialized settings. As a district, we have increased access for these students, and I want to highlight progress specifically in the area for students with emotional disabilities. Last year, 28.2% of our students identified with emotional disabilities were educated in the general ed setting 80% or more of the time. That percentage has increased this year to 45.9%. Meanwhile, the percentage of students educated in a separate setting has decreased from 48.7% to 34.4%. In addition to an increased awareness and accountability, I believe our work and focus on inclusive and restorative practices has contributed to this progress. And I want to highlight a few of our schools who have taken intentional steps to increase access and opportunity for students with disabilities. Bessie Rhodes increased the percentage of students in Gen Ed 80% or more of the time, from 68% to 87%. Dawes increased that percentage from 71 to 82%, and Walker increased it from 88 to 97%. Steps taken included prioritizing collaboration time between Gen Ed and special ed teachers and paras within the student-centered scheduling process, and communicating a vision while ensuring staff and family engagement were part of the process was an important strategy at Dawes. Both Walker and Dawes added a special education teacher, which made thoughtful student placement and efficient scheduling to meet students' needs in Gen Ed possible. We have received positive feedback from educators about co-teaching, and I wanted to highlight some of that input here. So the first is from a special educator at Dawes named Leah Perkins, and I just want to give her a shout out because she's an awesome educator, and she has done a lot of the work in our department this year on our standards aligned goal writing with our other educators. So she's done a great job with that. But some celebrations she brings up are watching students with IEPs gain more confidence in speaking up and taking risks alongside their peers. She says that having strong administration who support the growing pains and are solution focused have helped, and that she likes being part of a learning community where so many educators are looking to grow their practice. Dawes is amazing. And then finally, having opportunities to grow her own practice and by having more time to observe and work with other educators. And then on the right, we have Samantha Brooks, who's a special educator at Oakton. And I want to give a shout out to her because she's done really amazing work on our special ed standing committee. She says that she's loving the opportunity to support her kiddos access to general ed curriculum while having the time to support the remediation needed to increase their independence. In the past, under a 30-minute resource model, it's always been one or the other. She's also loving the opportunity for kiddos without disabilities to work alongside kids with disabilities and recognize their strengths. She has a student who often says, math is my strength and I know my facts, but has challenges with reading fluency. So she overheard a friend in class the other day say, you read it first and then I'll read it to you if you need help, which is something she usually says to that student, and it just warmed her heart. So we have lots of stories like this. We did also solicit input on areas for growth. So I want to note that co-teaching, when implemented effectively, requires time for co-planning, shared ownership, and strong building leadership. We need to provide more concrete training and strategies for making the curriculum accessible, particularly for students who are more than 2 grade levels behind. There is much to celebrate, and we will remain focused on continuing to support the areas for growth. Now we'll move into our MAP achievement data that includes assessment information for all students who take MAP in our elementary, middle school, magnet schools, and Rice. This chart compares the percentage of students by IEP status who made expected gains in reading and math from winter to winter the last 2 years. The blue bar represents general education students, and the green bar represents students with IEPs. The percentage of students making expected gains decreased for both student groups. This winter, 42% of students with IEPs who took MAP made expected gains in reading, and 38% made expected gains in math. Students with disabilities are often the most discrepant, have the most growth to make, and are getting the most support. So our goal, of course, is to have gains that are higher when compared to their general education peers. When we look at making expected gains for students with IEPs by race, we see that Black and Latinx students are making gains at a lower percentage than their white, multiracial, and Asian peers. The discrepancy is more pronounced in reading than math. Here, we compare students in general education versus students with IEPs who are performing at or above grade level. There is a stark contrast between general education and students with IEPs, which is not surprising since part of the reason a student might have an IEP is because they are not at grade level and there's an educational impact stemming from their disability. Notably, the percentage of students in general education at or above went down from last year to this year, while the percentage of students with IEPs at or above grade level went up in both reading and math. When we look at or above grade level by race, it is notable that with the exception of the Asian subgroup, which had a very small N size, all other racial groups of students with IEPs who are at or above increased. It is also worth noting the high percentage of our white and multiracial students who are at or above grade level compared to their Latinx and Black peers. This chart shows the percentage of students making expected gains and who are at or above grade level by their educational setting. So again, we have students who are 80% or more of the time in gen ed, all the way down to separate setting. And what we see is that students, and this is consistent with national data as well, students receiving services in the general education setting continue to be more likely to make their expected gains and be at or above grade level on MAP assessments. And I wanted to make sure to highlight data from Park School, since their students do not take the MAP assessment. Throughout last school year, the Park team focused on strengthening their foundation in communication instruction. Students were assessed on their communication skills using either the communication matrix or VB MAP. Skills such as obtaining or manding, which means requesting, are communication skills that strengthen their students' independence. And I want to acknowledge the hard work and thoughtful steps taken by Jill Anderson and her team to identify measurement tools and a school-wide approach to increasing communication skills for all students. As you can see, students were making progress in these skills before our schools went remote. These communications assessments were not able to be done remotely, so the staff are in the process of collecting current data now. As we met with buildings during reality checks, it was pointed out that Park was the only school that did not produce predictable achievement patterns by race, and this is important. Park's demographics are consistent with the overall district percentages, so we have to consider what we can learn from this team about their approach to racial equity and how they make learning accessible for all students. Park staff understands and reminds us that all students can learn and make growth, and we have to approach instruction differently to address the varying needs of our learners. At Park, it is a full team commitment, and they take a collaborative approach among parents, educators, and paraprofessionals. We have more work to do. Before the end of this school year, we will be finalizing and introducing a procedural guide for IEPs and 504 plans. This guide will incorporate steps to promote equitable student referral and eligibility processes, guidance for writing rigorous IEP goals, and determining services that support students' needs in the least restrictive environment. As we've been learning in the CARE and MAP family engagement trainings, family engagement is an instructional strategy. We are grateful for the parents who have given their time to be part of the steering committee so that we can start a special ed parent advisory group, or CPAC. Our first meeting is April 7th. And for parents watching, please go to the Student Services webpage to get on our email list. As we continue to strengthen our co-teaching model, we will be engaging a diverse group of educators and administrators in a compression process to develop a 2-year co-teaching plan. Next year's professional learning will have a continued focus on co-teaching, UDL, SPEL, and student-led IEPs. And finally, we know that this work cannot be accomplished in silos. Our students with IEPs are all of our students, and we are committed to interdepartmental collaboration and a collective approach to achieve equity and excellence. So as we conclude, I want you to take away a few things from our presentation. 1, our efforts to increase access and opportunity to Tier 1 instruction while addressing racial inequities in the referral, eligibility, and placement process is making a difference. 2, the percentage of Black students identified as having an emotional disability has decreased, and students with emotional disabilities have greater access to Tier 1. 3rd, we are building a foundation to shift from exclusion to inclusion, which the research tells us will translate into improved student outcomes. 4, We need to continue a focus on effective Tier 1 instruction and reducing bias through internal procedures. And 5, this is a collective effort, and we all have a role and responsibility in this work. Before I open it up to questions, I do want to publicly thank our educators who've worked so hard this year, members of our 2 standing committees who've given their time to continue these efforts. My assistant director, Trish Murray, who's worked really, really hard on a lot of our co-teaching and UDL strategies, along with content facilitator for our department, Shannon Boatwright. My fellow district and building administrators, and especially our parents who've partnered with us to ensure continuous improvement in District 65 for our diverse learners. And that is it. I will go ahead and open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Romy. I want to be conscious of the hour, and I would like it if we can limit this discussion to 17 minutes. And so if everyone can keep that in mind for your questions and comments. Biz, yeah?
Now you're going to make me talk very fast because I have a bunch of questions for Romy. So Romy, I know we are all deeply concerned about how that pandemic has impacted our special ed students. And I know the families have struggled immensely in this setting. I personally don't think we can put too many supports in place for this summer or this fall to support families and students and have more collaboration time for educators and really thinking about how to make them as successful as possible coming back. I want to give a shout out, like I think you and Trish Murray and Shannon Boatwright are kind of the dream team of doing what we need to do in special ed. So props to the people to getting the right team together because we have some really stellar educators in that space. I think the procedural guide and the parent advisory group and the co-teaching and the improvements to the screening tools, all of that looks really great. I guess, you know, my question in addition to that is like, what else? What else do we need to get students back where they need to be and as much support as possible to continue to make progress the way we want to? Thinking about social workers, thinking about psychs, thinking about, you know, behavioral supports. I think we're going to see a lot of social emotional needs coming back into our buildings and just making sure we're putting everything there. So that's one question. The other thing I want to say is that the intentionality and care that your team has had in exploring and expanding and exploding some of these things is really inspiring. I'm really excited about, you know, I know we haven't had enough time to see where it all can go, but I think we're on the right track. And I hope that deepens over time. One concern I have is we have to be able to hold on to 2 things at the same time. On one side of the things, we are over-identifying students of color in special ed, and we've talked about all the ways that is showing up, but we also have students of color who are not getting the services that they need and are having to fight and don't have the same advocacy resources to get what they need. And so I want us to just be thinking about how do we make sure that by talking about the over-identification problem, that doesn't steer educators into under-identifying those who really need it. You know, I think that those are 2 things that are happening simultaneously. And I don't know if you've identified any ways to address that or have plans for that, because I'm worried about that.
Yeah, that's definitely something we're cognizant of, and our goal, we've stated in our guide too, is our goal is to match services to the greatest need. And I think part of this is in collaboration with Stacy and in strengthening our MTSS processes too, because an IEP isn't the only way to get additional support. And in some cases, depending on the situation, it's not the right support. So yes, we're definitely thinking about that and just wanting to make sure that we're, again, matching services to the need, putting structures and systems in place early on so that we're catching those things. But
I don't want our identifying bias as a factor to make people then say, oh, I don't want to get in trouble for being biased, so I'm going to under provide what we need.
Right. And we don't want that either.
Okay. And any other thoughts in terms of other additional things we need for the fall for, you know, there's just so many students that have really had a rough time.
We're in the process right now of our staff have just completed the the COVID impact transition plan. So we're getting a better sense of really what that impact is and what the long-term need might be. And we're also collecting information about projections for next year and looking at staffing. I think, as you heard Dr. Horton mention, we're not looking at making reductions to our department. And then we do have plans through some additional support for really looking closely and providing some additional mental health supports for going into next year. So
there's a lot to be excited about in terms of progress, but I know we have a lot more work to do. So thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
So thank you, Biz and Romy. I don't want to artificially at all cut off a important conversation. And so I want to be conscious of our time and our engagement and ability to engage in a long meeting, but don't want to prematurely cut off conversation either. And I will say I am very much appreciative of the thoughtfulness of your report, and there's definitely some notable and encouraging changes and outcomes, but I have some questions about it. I'm sorry. I think we have the institutional memory of probably 8 or so years ago. I think SB 100 came out and basically mandated that suspension not be overused as a discipline tool. And I think the district in the next year after that saw a precipitous decline in suspensions, which folks celebrated, but it was really just a displacement of behaviors that were problematic in terms of excluding children. And so folks were just removing suspension from their toolkit, but still finding other ways to be punitive towards behaviors that they found to be frustrating in whatever way, rather than restorative or relationship building. And so it was a false indicator of a positive change. And so I think, Biz, you were describing this in some ways as well, but yeah, I just worry that some of these data shifts are not necessarily indicating a wellness in understanding as an institution how we can better serve children and families who have IEPs, but more like a behavior shift out of shame or guilt, rather than, right sizing our services. And so I'm just curious, I hear you in that the goal is to make sure people have the right services, but how do you measure? Is there a system in place to verify? Or is there, an indicator, an outcome intersection that helps you to measure if this is simply a guilt-based behavior change that may have just led people to not diagnose or not outplace children, rather than truly integrating, thinking differently about how children engaged and not necessarily pathologizing every Black child's behavior, not pathologizing different ways, different speech patterns and how they show up. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And I don't know that I have an easy answer for you, because I think part of the shift has been an increase in awareness and, let's look at this a little bit differently. I shared with you the slide on the data that showed students by racial groups that have disabilities and that do not. And I think that we are making different decisions for all of our students, including our Black and Latinx students, because we did see an increase in overall students with disabilities. So it's not like we're not still identifying students. I think we're just looking differently at the types of services that they might be receiving. In terms of how do we measure that actual change, what we're doing right now is collecting referral and eligibility information through our psychologists. They're the ones that the case study evaluations come through with them. I think we'll have to have some collaboration also with our MTSS teams to understand how many referrals they're getting to their problem solving team. But from an IEP standpoint, we're looking at the referral information coming in, how many students are made eligible. This is like a baseline year for us. We're collecting that information, and by race, how many students are coming in, how many are then determined eligible. And then something that we're planning for next year are kind of like some random IEP audits where we're looking at pulling IEPs from each school and disability categories and whatnot to kind of compare how are services being allocated, and do the identified needs reflect what we're seeing in terms of goals written and services provided. So these are just a couple things that we're working towards in the future. But I mean, I agree. I think it's going to take some time to see some of these long-term changes that you're talking about. I will say my personal thoughts are, and I wasn't here 8 years ago when the district started doing the restorative practice work, but just speaking as somebody who came last year and this year, I do feel like the restorative practice work is really taking off and I think doing pretty well in our schools, my perspective. We still have more work to do there, but I do think we're getting somewhere.
Well, 8 years ago, restorative practices was non-existent. So,
yeah.
But that's great.
But I would also add there were some investments around mindset. And I think that one of those was in terms of student scheduling was a key priority last year in the midst of a complete shift during the pandemic. All of our school teams participated in really looking at how they centered supporting schedules that supported students with special needs first, and then building schedules around that. Secondly, I think the co-teaching model that Romy mentioned in terms of, Dr. DeCrisflower mentioned in terms of the way in which we approach our planning and thinking differently about that. So these are early indications of data. I would also add that the type of observational work that our school leaders have done this year to support this work around how we support and differentiate in our classrooms is also correlated to that. So I think that can be another feature to just draw some qualitative data through some focused thinking and narrative and observational work that's not evaluative in any way, but really from a coaching mindset and really to support the hard work our educators do, but really drawing on the expertise we can engage in.
Right. I wanted to also just kind of pair one other piece of information that I think connects to what you said and what Biz was saying earlier, is that, and this is important, special education is a service, it's not a place. So when we looked at our students with emotional disabilities and we saw that they still have that disability, they are still receiving an IEP and services, but the shift has been that those are happening more in a gen ed environment, which we know research supports student learning. So again, that's just, I think, something to kind of pair that data with the referral and eligibility data. I think together will give us as we start looking at it over time, will give us a better indicator of if these changes are more long-term.
Thank you. Yeah, I would add long-term, but also systemic is, I think, what.
Yep.
And Sula, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for this report, and I really appreciate both what you said about the co-teaching model and the UDL. I know there's a lot of discussion about UDL and higher ed as well, and it seems like if we are going to move students into the least restrictive environment and try to support them in gen ed, then UDL is going to be really critical, right? And that UDL does in fact support all students, right? All students, whether they have IEPs or not. That's why it's universal. So I was wondering if you could talk just briefly about how you see co-teaching and UDL working together or interacting.
Yeah. And
yeah.
I think this is also across departments. When we think about the presentation Amy just gave, like I think both of our departments and really everybody are looking at this because, as you mentioned, it supports all learners. The co-teaching and UDL, I talked about the co-teaching look for tool, but it's actually called co-teaching and UDL look for tool. And we did purchase some books for some individuals in our department, and we've been doing some professional learning activities that do pair them together. Just because it does need to be co-planning is a part of that important part of the co-teaching. So having a universal design for learning kind of template during that co-teaching process where both educators are taking ownership over all students in the classroom is an embedded part of that planning. So we are looking at them together.
And then just quickly, how do you see technology? You know, we've had to integrate a lot of technology into learning this year. Do you see a place for targeted technology as part of UDL?
Definitely. And our assistive technology specialist, Marie Paul Carpenter, is amazing. And she's been sending a lot of information and resources and tools to all of our educators this year around assistive technology. But in some ways, remote learning and the expanded use of technology, I think, has opened a lot of doors for some of our students and provided them different avenues and ways to demonstrate their learning. So, and that's part of UDL. How do you express what you know?
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So I had one of the questions that I had emailed, but that I would also like to discuss here is, and actually I have probably a different framing that I'd like to share now than what I had emailed, which is, I think, one of the presumptions in removing barriers to access to learning that create, a gap in opportunity to achieve is that the structure of schooling in itself creates a barrier for some children in terms of cultural access, in terms of being received, being treated and welcomed warmly and wholly into the institution. And so I think, at least among folks in my community, I've certainly heard from Black families about how remote learning allowed their children to engage in thoughtful and rigorous instruction, but in an environment that was comfortable and culturally relevant in their home in some regards. And so I'm wondering if you had mentioned that the remote learning engagement for students with IEPs was high. And I'm wondering if it's been considered at all, if that engagement was high, because there were families who were deeply engaged with making that possible. And what the toll may have been on families' relationships with District 65 as a result of the toll that their high levels of engagement with their students and remote learning has had on them. And so I'm pleased that we remained engaged with our vulnerable student populations. And I know that you all worked really hard to try to get our students with IEPs back in the building in the fall, and we had no control over the high rates of community spread that prevented that from happening. And I stand by the decision to not bring our most vulnerable students populations and to convene indoors during a high rate of community spread and that we saw in October and November of 2020. But I wonder if there's efforts being made to reconnect with families now that their students are able to be in person, and to restore and repair relationships after the experience that they've had with doing remote learning and remote therapies with their students for a year.
Yeah, I would just say that there is no doubt that families of our students with disabilities were very involved and had to be very involved in supporting their children doing remote learning. They were a part of the plan, planning and support, and we acknowledge that. I would say, you know, I am aware of some cases where some restorative repair work needs to continue or happen if it hasn't already. And I'm more aware of, actually, from my perspective, some strengthening in relationships between home and school, which windows were opened between families and educators. And then another positive, you know, there definitely were challenges, but some positives, and this kind of speaks to our co-teaching and inclusive practice efforts, is some parents who were being able to see the work, you know, from that remote lens, were saying, well, my kid can actually do more than that, or you know, and they were able to access the gen ed curriculum. And then together between, you know, the educator and the family, they were able to actually make some changes to the plan to provide increased access there. And that came from the family. So in many ways, honestly, I think we saw some improved partnerships and increased perspective from the side of the educator. While I know there definitely, we need to continue to reach out to families and to provide support and do repair where it's needed. But I guess I just wanted to say that as well. And so any parent listening who did have that experience or is, you know, looking for some support, I would just reach out to their educators, their child's case manager, or somebody that they trust on that team to begin that work, and vice versa.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. Those are some experiences that were had as well. And I do want to shout out the anti-racist outcomes from PARC. That's pretty exciting. And Romy, early childhood is in your under your purview as well, is it not?
Yeah.
So that's some pretty exciting data coming out of your team this winter. So thank you.
I'm keeping on.
Joey, did I see your hand up?
I thought this was a fantastic report, and thank you for sharing all the indicators moving to a more inclusive setting, co-teaching, professional development, bringing faculty along with kids being able to be with their neurotypical peers, I think is fantastic for all of District 65.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Romy. And yeah, I think I look forward to continuing to monitor how progress is being made. And, you know, please continue to alert us as a board to how we can be supportive of progress continuing to be made.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so we are late on in the evening and just 5 minutes over what my hope was for our ability to have a thorough and thoughtful discussion on our special education update. I will do want to alert the public to the FYI items on the agenda. And other than that, I would like to adjourn this meeting at 11:06. Good night.